Conference, please welcome Wendy Nichols and the Platform Party.
Good morning, Conference, and I hope you've all enjoyed your evening and made the most of the fringe events and not had too much orange juice at those events last night. So, Conference, we're now at the halfway point sorry, I didn't have a drink last night, by the way. I maybe should have done. We're now at the halfway point. On Sunday, we had the party reports, and yesterday we had a great day of policy debate. This morning we have a mission plenary on safe streets and stronger policing, hearing from Home Secretary Yvette Cooper. Imogen Grant, the brilliant gold medalist from the Paris Olympics, will speak to us, as well as Lisa Nandy, our Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. Of course, if you didn't know, the big item of the day will be the Prime Minister's speech at 2 p.m. Before we move to the CAC report, I would like to invite Chief Scrutineer Izzy Lenger to announce the results of yesterday's ballot, which was for the NCC CLP section positions. And don't forget that the ballot is open until 1 p.m. today for the Labour Party auditor position. Izzy, would you like to come and give the results? Thank you.
Morning, Conference. Chair, Conference, Izzy Lenger, Chief Scrutineer. I will now report the results of the ballot held yesterday at Conference. The results for the election of the constituency section of the National Constitutional Committee to serve a term of 3 years. 5 members to be elected by CLP delegates only. Voting for the constituency section is recorded as actual votes cast. Votes cast are as follows. Bayliss, Christine, 196,788. Garnham, Rachel, 67,618. Gulati, Brampreet, 182,953. Ibrahim, Amina, 63,239. Levy, Dave, 50,637. Moeed Khalid, 58,106. Pirani Hajira, 178,213. Richards, Shaned Mayer, 181,315. Shah Aruj, 180,137. I therefore declare the following candidates elected. Bayliss, Christine. Gulati, Brampreet. Pirani Hajira. Richards, Shanod Mayer. Shah Aruj. Thank you, Conference.
Conference, before we move on to the debates this morning, we need to approve the CAC report. Therefore, can I call on the Chair of the Conference Arrangements Committee, Lynn Morris, to introduce the Conference Arrangements report. Thanks, Lynn.
Conference, I formally present CAC Report 3. We have another exciting and packed agenda today, including speeches on safe streets, stronger policing, Alicia Nandi and Sabina Mahmood, and of course, the leader of the Labour Party, Prime Minister Keir Starmer, speaking. In order to deliver a safe conference, we would ask you to be vigilant and to report any concerns you have to a member of staff immediately. If there is someone sitting within your delegation that you do not recognise or you have concerns about in any way, please inform regional, Scottish or Welsh team. Ahead of the leader's speech this afternoon, we will be closing the hall at the end of business. The hall will reopen as soon as we possibly can. Only delegates and those with tickets will be admitted to the hall for the leader's speech, and seats not taken in good time will be filled. So I would encourage delegates and those of you with tickets to come back to the hall as soon as possible. There is a screening room in the auditorium 1A of ACC, and the speech will also be shown in the exhibition and engagement zone for those who are not able to get into the hall. Today we have timetable debates, composite motions on Infrastructure 1, Local Government 1, Local Government 2, Border Security Command, Crime Commission, Making Work Pay for Us for Public Services 1, and the Women's Health. These motions are reproduced on pages 3 to 10 of CAC 3. The results of yesterday's ballot for NCC CLP representatives are on page 12. We have one ballot today for the position of auditors, which is a vote amongst all delegations at conference. Just like yesterday, ballot boxes are available in the ballot area, as well as the ballot boxes located in the hall. Delegates should be aware that the ballot area will close 1 hour before the leader's speech and will not reopen. So you have until 1 p.m. today to cast your vote. Candidate statements were printed in the delegates' report and are reproduced on pages 13 of the CAC 3 for ease of reference. I hope you have a good day, conference. Thank you. I move CAC 3.
So, delegates, are there any questions or points that anyone wants to make on the CAC report today? And if you want to make a point, can you go to the desk before you come up to the platform? Okay. Yeah.
Just ask. Good morning, I'm Anna Morell from Canterbury CLP. I'd like to raise a question about the CAC report saying that conference venues are fully accessible and conference is accessible for all. This year I found a number of points of inaccessibility not limited to the refusal of service dogs who are not part of an official training scheme or registered, which is in direct breach of EHRC guidance, which was refreshed last month, and the Equality Act. Lifts breaking down, leaving disabled people stranded in them or on the wrong floors. I've been stuck in one for nearly an hour with 2 other disabled people with impaired mobility. A lack of delivery of alternative format documentation to enable people to read things through before conference. I still haven't received my CAC report this morning in large print. Last-minute changes in timings, which don't allow disabled people to get to aspects of conference in time. An almost complete lack of meaningful signage around and between the venues. Virtually no adjustments for people with mental health distress or neurodiverse conditions. I've heard from delegates, parliamentarians and journalists that they have struggled with aspects of access in relation to these. Inaccessible doors everywhere that disabled people cannot open without assistance. Inaccessible toilets everywhere. And I would ask the CAC why they're not engaging with access professionals and disabled leaders within the party who have a deep knowledge of access to transform access at conference so that it is accessible to all of us. Disabled people make up 21% of this population. A third of us in the deep poverty cohort are disabled, and we need a place at conference where our voices can be represented. I would also ask if the CAC has received full training in disability and access, and given disabled people make up that number of people, why we are still being failed on access to this conference.
Hi, comrades. Everyone knows we've got a packed agenda. You know, you talked about the packed agenda. I'm a bit worried that there's the 4...
To say who you are.
Oh, and Dave Kirk from Leeds Central and Headingley CLP. The 4 items, or the 4 motions in the 55-minute session, including the keynote speech, doesn't, I think, give justice. So I'm going to ask if anything that can be done to maybe rearrange some of those motions into the earlier session, or perhaps if we can be extended by half an hour or something to allow more time for that debate, because I just think it's too short for those important items. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? No? No one else? No? Okay, there's no one else, Lynn, but take your time.
Okay, thank you, Anna. First, I would say that we work hard to ensure conference is accessible as possible for all delegates, and Katrina Money, who's on the CAC, is working closely with our accessibility stewards and the staff from Disability Labour to find a solution to any issues. We did receive your email yesterday, and can I invite Anna to come up and see the CAC later this morning so we can get a full picture of what the problems are, so that we can try and resolve them, if not this year, certainly for next year. In terms of Dave, we've got a really packed agenda, and unfortunately we've had a lot of motions that we've had to cram into 2 days. It is very unfortunate. I do appreciate that it can be frustrating, but you know, we have to allow time for set speeches on the agenda, such as the leader's speech. We will try and do everything we can to give as much time as we can to debates, but it is a very packed agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay. So now we need to take the vote on the CAC report. Can I see all those in favour of accepting the report? Thank you. And anyone against? That's very clearly carried. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. I just need to change. So we're now just waiting for Yvette to join us, and here she is. So, conference, to open the debate on safe and secure communities, we have our Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper. To introduce Yvette, please welcome Pooja Kanda.
Good morning, conference. I'm Pooja Kanda, and I'm here today to tell you about my son, Ronan. Ronan was a kind, humble, loving, and a happy child. He was every mother's dream son. I will always be so proud of the man he was becoming. He was just 16 years old and had just completed his GCSEs when his life was snatched away from him. On 29th of June 2022, my son was murdered in a senseless case of mistaken identity just a few meters away from our home in Wolverhampton. The boy responsible for taking my son's life was just 16 years old himself. He pierced a 20-inch sword, 17 centimeters deep, which went straight through my son's heart in a matter of seconds. In fact, that very same morning, my son's killer collected the murder weapon from his local post office after ordering it online using his mother's ID and bank card. The markings on the package were ignored. ID checks were not made, and it was later revealed that my son's killer had successfully ordered 25 plus deadly weapons online. No questions asked. There was no duty or care taken by anyone involved. Knife crime is terrifying communities and destroying families like mine. Too many mothers get the devastating news that I got, telling you that your child has been stabbed to death and is not coming back. In that moment, your entire existence changes forever. Before the election, Keir Starmer and Yvette Cooper made it their mission to halve knife crime in a decade and save other young lives. Now in government, they invited me and other families affected by knife crime to Downing Street to form a new coalition to help drive forward this mission. Since losing my son, my family and I have channeled our grief into the Justice for Ronan Kanda campaign. Which aims to right the wrongs that led up to the worst day of our lives. For us, this starts with a ban on the deadly ninja sword that was used to attack my son. In opposition, Yvette made a commitment to bring this in, and now, in government, she has committed to doing just that. I and other families will work closely with this new Labour government to stamp out the scourge of serious violence on our streets. So to hear more about the Government Safer Street mission, please welcome Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Pooja, thank you. Thank you for your words. Thank you for your courage. It is just 2 years since Ronan was killed, but Pooja has not stopped fighting for him since. Fighting for Ronan, fighting for other children, for other mums and dads, because no parent should have to go through this unimaginable pain. So Pooja, we salute you, we support you, and now we are in government, we will back you in your fight to save young lives. Ronan's teenage killers ordered the ninja sword online. No checks, no questions asked. Lethal weapons put straight in the hands of children. So this Labour government will bring in new laws to crack down on dangerous online sales and the gangs who draw children in, alongside new youth hubs to steer young people away from violence, a teenage sure start to build hope in the future. And we will make it a mission for our whole country to halve knife crime in a decade, and yes, this Labour government will pass Ronan's Law, a ban on ninja swords. This Labour government will. It's 15 years since I've been able to say those words at a Labour Party conference. All those years we said things but couldn't do them. So don't let anyone tell you that politics doesn't matter, because 6 months ago, our party tried to ban ninja swords, but we didn't have enough MPs to win that vote. Because of the election, because of the change you campaigned for, now we do. And you know, 10 years ago, I called for buffer zones around abortion clinics. But we weren't in government. We couldn't make it happen. Now we can, and yes, we have, because no woman should be harassed on the way to a healthcare appointment that is her legal right. It can be hard to trust in change when things have felt so tough for so long. And a year ago, at this conference, I warned about the depth of the damage the Tories had done in 14 years, how they'd taken a wrecking ball to the criminal justice system, so criminals laugh at the law, how they left communities to fracture, so criminals and extremists step in. Conference 8 weeks ago, when the unbearable news broke about a horrendous attack in Southport on little children at a summer dance club. From all across the country, our hearts went out to the loved ones of little Alice, Bibi and Elsie. And that's where all our thoughts should have stayed. The following day, I met the police officers, paramedics and firefighters who were first on the scene that day and whose bravery in the face of such trauma saved many young lives. But within hours, the same Southport police were under attack, facing missiles, bottles and bricks, the most shocking, violent insult to a grieving community and the police officers protecting them, a total disgrace. And you know, then in copycat violence over the following days, stirred up from a safe distance by the grifters and the agitators online, we saw looting of shops, attacks on mosques, a citizens' advice bureau torched, an asylum hotel set alight, and people targeted on the streets of Britain because of the colour of their skin. And here in Liverpool, on County Road, the burning of Spellow Library, a place where children grow to read, left in ashes. And I spoke to some of those children who live around the library in Walton, and one told me how scared she was that night, how her mum switched off all the lights in the house and told her to stay quiet and sit on the stairs as bins were being set alight along her street. So don't anyone tell me that was protest. Don't anyone tell me that was about immigration or policing or poverty. Plenty of people have strong views on immigration, on crime, on the NHS and more, but they don't pick up bricks and throw them at the police. They don't set light to buildings with people inside. It was arson. It was racism. It was thuggery. It was crime. And you know it happened because criminals thought they would get away with it. They saw the cracks in the system, the impunity that built up through the Tory years. And when they decided to run riot those early August days, they thought no one would stop them. They were wrong. With Keir Starmer's leadership, this Labour government made clear that we would back our police, not blame them. We would stand up for our courts, not undermine them. We would pull our communities together, not divide them. We stood up for the rule of law. Decent people stood up for their communities, and together we put the disorder down. But I'll be honest, I've been shocked by the response from some of those in political parties on the right who once claimed to care about law and order. After rioters attacked the police, they should have given full-throated backing to our brave officers. Instead, too often we've seen them undermine the integrity and authority of the police, even making excuses for the mob. If you remember back in the run-up to Armistice Day last year, disgraceful slurs that were made against the police, which made it harder for them to do their job that day, were treated as a sacking offence for a Tory Home Secretary. A year on, those same slurs have become an article of faith for every Tory leadership contender. It is shameful what that party has become. The Tories, with their mates in reform, are just becoming right-wing wreckers, undermining respect for the rule of law, trying to fracture the very bonds that keep communities safe. They have nothing to offer but fear, division and anger, but that's not who we are. That's not what Britain is about. Our country has always championed respect and the rule of law, and that is what this Labour Party will always stand up for. The party of law and order, now a government of law and order once more. And nor will we let disorder and violence silence a serious debate on immigration, something that's been missing for too long amid the chaos, the gimmicks, and the damaging ramped-up rhetoric. A serious government sees that net migration has trebled because overseas recruitment has soared while training has been cut right back, and says net migration must come down as we properly train young people here in the UK. A serious government sees an asylum system in chaos and says we have to clear the backlog and end asylum hotels. And a serious government looks at the criminal gangs who are profiting from undermining our border security while women and children are crushed to death in crowded, flimsy, small boats, and says the gangs have got away with it for too long. We will not stand for this vile trade in human lives. A serious government knows that immigration is important, and that is why it needs to be properly managed and controlled so the system is fair. So rules are properly respected and enforced, but we never again see a shameful repeat of the Windrush scandal that let British citizens down. So in 3 months, we've set up the Border Security Command, launched new investment in covert operations, high-tech investigations to go after the gangs, with proper enforcement and returns. And instead of spending £700 million employing 1,000 people to send 4 volunteers to Rwanda, we are boosting our border security instead, because the best way to do that is to work with countries on the other side of our borders, not to just stand on the shoreline shouting at the sea. So from our border security to our national security, combating changing terror, state and cyber threats, to the security and the safety of our local streets. We know that security is the bedrock on which communities can come together, and on which all the opportunities Labour has always fought for are built. You don't get social justice if you don't have justice, and respect is the very foundation of our democracy, and those Labour values are at the heart of all we do. And they're at the heart of our mission for safer streets, where across the country, where for too long, rising town centre and street crime have been driving people away from our high streets, corroding the fabric of our communities. So this Labour government will bring in new powers on antisocial behaviour, shoplifting and off-road bikes, and we will put neighbourhood police back in our communities and back on the beat. And yes, after years of Co-op and USDOR campaigning, this Labour government will introduce a new law on assaults on shop workers, because everyone has the right to work in freedom from fear. And you know, conference, it's so long overdue. At long last, this government will treat violence against women and girls as the national emergency it really is. When Ranim Uda called the police 4 times the night she was killed, no one came. So in Ranim's name, this Labour government will put domestic abuse specialists in 999 control rooms, overhaul protection orders, and go after dangerous perpetrators who put lives at risk. New laws on spiking and online image abuse, a radical, ambitious Labour mission for the whole of government, for the whole of the country, to halve violence against women and girls in a decade, because we cannot and we will not let the next generation of women and girls face the same violence as the last. Our daughters deserve better than this. And why do we do all this? For the same reason that communities came together here in Liverpool and across the country to clear up the damage that rioters had done, to rebuild the broken mosque wall in Southport, to find a new citizens' advice centre in Sunderland, to clean up the streets, because the simple belief that we all share is this: Our streets do not belong to the gangs, yobs and thieves. Our streets do not belong to the racists, extremists and thugs. And our streets will never belong to the stalkers, abusers or rapists. The streets belong to us all, and it is time to take them back. So, conference. Of course the work is hard. As a poet once said, our sleeves will grow ragged from rolling them up. But if you need hope that together we can deliver, just look down the road again at Spello Library. After the fire, a young mum from Netherton, here with us this morning, Alex McCormick, started a fundraiser. And donations are poured in from all over the world. Thousands of books, hundreds of thousands of pounds. And already the Labour Council, Labour Mayor and community are restoring and rebuilding Spello Library better than ever before. So when Alex said, let's show the world what community in Liverpool really means, she did her city proud. She did our country proud. Up from the ashes, a symbol of hope, a model of what our country can do. So leave the politics of fear, division and decline to others. The politics of hope is ours. The future belongs to us all. Let change begin. Thank you, conference. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Yvette. That was absolutely wonderful. So, conference, we now move to 3 composite motions, which the first of which is to be moved by Usdaw and then seconded by Aslef. Do you want to make your way to the desk? Thanks, Paddy.
Chair, Conference, Paddy Lillis, Usdaw, moving the composite on infrastructure. Conference, as a retail workers' union, we're very proud to stand alongside our sisters and brothers from Aslef in this composite. We're proud to put retail right next to rail, at the heart of Labour's industrial strategy, and we're proud to do that because for too long, retail has been overlooked. It's been an afterthought. It's been neglected, but this industry is essential to our economy in our communities and to millions of families whose household incomes depend on it. It's the largest private sector employer in this country. It brings in billions to the economy every year, and its workforce serves our communities day in and day out. But the Tories didn't value retail. They certainly didn't value retail workers. They sat in their hands while jobs were lost, while shops closed their doors, and while the empty holes in our high streets grew bigger and bigger. They made hollow promises and they took no action. Take, for example, business rates at an all-time high, a creaking, outdated system that damages growth and hinders investment and has helped to put down the shutters on thousands of stores Labour has recognised this. Labour has committed to reform the system, and Labour will level the playing field between online and bricks and mortar retail. Colleagues, a crucial step, but we need more than just economic help for business. The plan for retail must put people front and centre. It must deliver better jobs, decent pay, secure hours, and Labour's plan to make work pay can transform the lives of retail workers. It must be implemented fast, it must be delivered fully, and it must be enforced. Retail workers need to feel secure in their jobs, but they also need to feel safe in their workplace too. The new offence of assaulting a shop worker will be an important step forward, and it must work alongside investment in policing to tackle retail crime. That's the bare minimum, colleagues, that retail workers need. But conference, they deserve more than a minimum. They deserve opportunity to assess training and skills, to keep pace with the changing world of work, through union-led learning, good quality apprenticeships, and they deserve recognition of their role as part of a critical infrastructure, as part of the backbone of this country, and at the heart of Labour's industrial strategy and plan for growth. And they deserve to be taken seriously. With a voice in the room when key decisions have been taken, retail workers have insight and experience. They can help the sector to thrive and grow. So, on behalf of retail workers, we have been asking governments time and time again, listen to us, work with us. We want to increase investment and drive economic growth. We want to build a strong and vibrant retail sector, and we want to help our communities thrive. For the first time, colleagues, in 14 years, we have a government that will do just that. Conference, please support the composite.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. Mick Whelan, General Secretary of ASLEF, proudly standing with us all and to second this motion this morning. I think you've heard me many times come here and ask for renationalisation. So I want to pay my personal thanks to Lou Haig, who's now passed the third reading of the bill to renationalise our passenger railways and take them back to where they be, public ownership. And I look forward to all those other debates about our essential infrastructure, about where the utilities should be, where the Royal Mail should be, and where we be as the taxpayer looking after our own assets for the great good in our communities. I also want to pay my own personal thanks to Lou Haig. We've just resolved the longest railway strike for train drivers in our history. It wasn't easy. This wasn't a government that rolled over, but it was a government that wanted a resolution, did not want to destroy the fabric of our railways, did not want to smash the trade unions, but wanted to work with workers in the interest of the travelling public, the passengers and the taxpayer. I thank you, Lou. But having said that, that's part of the job. We've undone the 23 years of the Ponzi scheme of failed privatisation on the passenger side. And we will have our GBR. But for that to truly happen, we also have to look at the freight sector. Many of you don't know that the freight sector is privatised red in tooth and claw. And what we have seen is a race to the bottom. And we are desperately in need of stopping the redundancies of the rail freight sector, because that is also the sector that maintains our infrastructure. So if we don't have the freight sector, we don't have the workers within it across all the three rail trade unions. You can't maintain your railways. You can't build that green connection, that green community that we look at as part of the wider Labour vision. How we're going to change the future of future generations. How we're going to do mass transit, mass freight, mass passengers and deliver for our communities. How we're going to build the transport links, where we're going to build all the houses that we've promised. How we're going to regenerate. I will take Liverpool as an example. Steve Rotherham built 2 new stations in deprived areas. People have gone to live there. Businesses are now thriving there, and we're now looking at the infrastructure we need in those areas. All our infrastructure is a field of dreams. If you build it, they will come. We saw the debates about Crossrail. It was overspent, overrun, and too late. We now call it the Elizabeth Line. On the day that it opened, it was oversubscribed. 140,000 people more than expected to use it. 4 million people have used it so far. It will pay for itself in 5 years, and we will have that national asset delivering green transport, integrated transport for 10, 20, 30 generations to come if we do it correctly. If we can do it in London, we can do it elsewhere. Please support the motion, support a green future, support infrastructure.
Thank you, Paddy and Mick, for that, those contributions. And now can we move on to Composite 6, the future of local government, moved by Unison and seconded by the FBU. And if you could go to the desk to register. Thank you.
Conference, Ash Silverstone moving this motion on behalf of Unison, the UK's largest local government union. Now, as a local government worker, I know how important it is that our new government focuses on local delivery of public services. In this election, the public, sick and tired of austerity, economic mismanagement and crumbling public services, voted for change. And our task now, as a party and as a Labour movement, is to deliver it. Now, I'm under no illusion about the challenges facing this new government. There is no quick fix to repair the damage over the past 14 years caused by the Tories. Under them, the number of councils have gone bankrupt, and I warn you all today that a number more are teetering on the brink, including my own. I know that our Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, gets it because, after all, she is a former local government employee and remains a dedicated Unison member. But if we are truly serious about rebuilding local communities and achieving economic growth, local government has to be at the heart of this plan. It must not be allowed to fail. Bankruptcy is not an option. To put it simply, we cannot fix the NHS without first fixing social care, and we cannot fix social care without first fixing the foundations and providing councils with the funding, the resources and the powers they need. Conference, Unison welcomes the promise that our government will be laser-focused on pushing power out of Whitehall. We need economic growth across all our regions. Unison also welcomes the commitment to providing greater stability to councils through multi-year funding settlements and ending wasteful competitive bidding. But we need to bring services back in-house too. The manifesto recognised that good local government jobs deliver better services that communities can rely on. We need our government to provide capacity and support to councils. Conference, we must find a way to invest in high-quality local government services, to safeguard jobs and to increase funding too. We must rebuild the important range of public services that local government provides. That has to be central to our economic growth strategy. But Conference, these are not just issues to be solved in Westminster. These are issues that the whole Labour movement must be involved in. We must all work together, the recognised trade unions, metro mayors, Labour councils and Labour councillors. We must develop a workforce strategy which includes good jobs with decent pay and conditions and ends outsourcing. These are challenges we must rise to as a government and as a movement. So in closing, as I said at the Chulo rally on Sunday, together we can change our workplaces, together we can change our communities, together we can change our country, and together we can change our world. And so I urge you to support this motion, sending a clear message from this conference that this party and this movement will save our services and that change begins today.
Conference, Steve Wright, Fire Brigade Union, second in this composite. Conference, for 14 long years, the Tory government have wrecked public services. They've also decimated the fire and rescue service. Our communities have been left vulnerable and our workers overstretched. The impact of their austerity measures has been felt on the front line by workers and by the most vulnerable in our communities. But today we have an opportunity to rebuild. The general election wasn't just a reflection and a rejection of austerity and neglect. It was a call for bold, lasting change. Labour's commitment, Angela Rayner's speech to us this week, should give us hope. Hope that we can restore what was lost and build strong, resilient public services that our communities can rely on. However, we need to be clear, Conference. This cannot be done with half-hearted measures. We need long-term, sustained investment in local government and in the fire and rescue service. We need multi-year funding, not competitive bidding that wastes time and resources. And Labour must be true to its promises to push power out of Whitehall and into the regions, and we must put an end to outsourcing. We need good local jobs, decent pay, decent terms and conditions, well-funded public services. And Conference, we need a U-turn on the winter fuel allowance. These are not essentials. Actually, Conference, these are essentials. They are not luxuries. We must rebuild, not just repair. And Labour must work with the trade unions and deliver change that our communities demand. We have waited long enough for this change. Conference, we have the opportunity. Now let's seize it. I move.
Thank you, Delegate. So we now move on to composite 7. We're just turning this one around a little bit, to be moved by the FBU and seconded by Unison. Do you want to come along and register at the desk? Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Matt Rack, Fire Brigade Union. Moving the composite. Conference, it is 7 years since the Grenfell Tower fire. And Conference, I hope we will together send our thoughts and our solidarity to the bereaved, the survivors and the community in North Kensington who've lived through such terrible 7 years. I'd also ask you to spare a thought for those who reacted, the workers in local government, in the NHS and in other services, and for workers in my industry, firefighters who desperately struggled to save lives, who engaged in remarkable acts of heroism. And I'd remind us all that to a man and woman, those were members of a trade union, of our trade union, the Fire Brigade Union, and I'm incredibly proud of them. Grenfell is a horrifying story of failure, of manufacturers, of developers, of contractors who produced, sold and used dangerous materials to redevelop a residential block of flats, and they did so in order to make a profit. And behind all of that, and the report is very clear on this, we have government failure for decades. The mantra was to cut red tape, and in this case, cutting red tape meant cutting systems of safety, and that has to end. Conference, the Grenfell Tower report is very clear that the regulatory system failed, and that paved the way for the disaster at Grenfell Tower. We pointed that out in 2017, and I have to say we've been completely vindicated on that point. The composite makes the case for publicly accountable systems of building control sitting under local authorities, and for the public ownership of fire and rescue and building research through the BRE. The privatisation of BRE has been an utter disaster and has introduced commercial interests where they should not exist. The composite calls for a new advisory body on fire policy, and we welcome the discussions we've already had with the government on this point. And finally, it makes a point about investment, and we've heard that in the previous composite. We will not resolve the continuing cladding scandal that affects hundreds of thousands of people unless we invest. We will not correct the failings that led to Grenfell unless we address fundamental errors and failings in public services and without investing in those public services. If we want to deliver justice for Grenfell, the measures in this composite need to be implemented and implemented quickly. I move. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Sonia Howard speaking on behalf of Unison, proud member of the Public Service Union. Also speaking as the Branch Secretary of Kensington and Chelsea Branch, don't cry, seconding the composite moved by the FPU. The members I represent have worked and continue to work in the community devastated by Grenfell. Many of them lived there, some losing friends and family. On behalf of Unison, I want to say that no words can ever capture the horror of that night and the years and pain for everyone touched by that tragedy. The report and the harrowing testimony it contains makes for excruciating reading. It shows the awful cost of slashing public services and cutting corners. Yes, lessons need to be learnt immediately, and that means removing all the unsafe cladding that every tower block in this country still has. Lessons need to be learnt immediately. No one should be forced to live in a home which they do not feel safe in. And it is a disgrace that still after 7 years, they are still at risk. Thousands of lives, we saw that in Dagenham. Thankfully, there was no loss of life that night. Hundreds of thousands of people are still living and working in those dangerous properties. Many of them are public sector workers who bought their first homes under the key workers scheme, and many do not earn that much, and they are trapped and they are unable to sell their property. Unison believes that the government must give everyone peace of mind and act immediately on the report's recommendations. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you,
Thank you so much, Sonia, with that, and I know that everybody sees how that has impacted on you and your members of the branch, along with the FBU and other public sector workers. Sometimes local government and others seem to be the Cinderella service, and we've heard how important that should be today to be changed. So, thank you for that. So I am going to take speakers. I'm going to do that in rounds of 4. I'll ask you to sit in your seats and bear with me, and I'll try to move along from row to row. We have got some time, so I've got the woman there, with the, yes, you, yep, and the guy behind, yep. I'm going to go, I'll come back that way, I'll go over here. I need some more women. So that over to my right? I get that right? Yeah, the person that's waving to me now. Can I see someone? And the woman there with the, yeah, just wave to me. Next to the person with the stripe on. That, yeah, you, no, next to you. Yeah. That's 4, isn't it? We will come back to take some more.
Good morning, conference. I'm very proud to speak in support of the future of local government. I'm Councillor Kaya Coma-Swartz, leader of Islington Council. I've served as a councillor for over a decade and every year had to make hard choices on behalf of my residents. We've had £200 million worth of our government grant stolen from us. And in that time, our residents have needed more. The complexity of our residents' needs have only increased, and yet we are expected to deliver services on a hell of a lot less. We can't carry on this way. We have been the soldiers for the Labour movement for over that decade. We are so proud to have a Labour government. We are so excited by the missions, and local government will be at the forefront of delivering them. But they cannot do that without the power and resources they need. And that's why I'm so proud to speak to this motion that understands that. We want to be at the forefront of innovation, whether it be growth, skills, jobs, healthcare. Local government is best to deliver that. We are a great preventative service, and I want to say thank you to every single councillor in this room and beyond for being an amazing advocate for their residents. Council services from bin collections to social care are relied on by local people. We are the face of the Labour Party day in and day out, and now we're in our hundreds and thousands up and down the country, and we should be incredibly proud of that. But we need the resources to continue. And I know that when this motion passes, we already have such great friends in the Labour PLP, such as Jim McMahon and Georgia Gold, who are ready to work with us all the time to deliver on your behalf as Labour members. So I move for this motion. I'm very grateful for Unison for bringing it forward, and councillors, keep going because you're amazing.
Conference, as the new Member of Parliament for Kensington and Bayswater, I want to extend our heartfelt thanks for the solidarity of the entire Labour family for the 72 people who lost their lives over 7 years ago at Grenfell Tower. And in particular, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his incredible response to the inquiry report and his personal commitment alongside the Deputy Prime Minister for truth, justice and change. But conference, a report from a public inquiry is not the same as justice, important though it is. So we do need to see criminal accountability for those responsible for what happened at Grenfell Tower. We need to ensure that all the companies named in that report do not receive public money. We need to ensure that sponsorship deals are ended by sporting organisations that still associate themselves with those companies. And we need to ensure that the remedial work on buildings up and down the country, where tens of thousands of people are still going to sleep in unsafe buildings, is sped up as quickly as possible. And we do need to make sure that the full recommendations from the report are considered and responded to by the government. But Conference, it's also not just about what's in the report. It's about our social housing and our approach to social housing in this country. It's not just about building more social housing, which of course we desperately need, but it's about treating tenants with the respect that they deserve, speeding up repairs, and making sure that people are living in safe and warm homes. So Conference, thank you for your support for our community, and stick with us on this fight for truth, justice and change for all of the bereaved and survivors.
Chair, Conference. Kelvin Inabulele, GMB Union, speaking in support of infrastructure, Composite 1. Thank you. I'd like to give a shout out to Carlisle CAP and our first elected female MP, Julie Mains. Thank you. Conference, when I'm not representing my trade union in this hall, I work as a HGV lorry driver, delivering food to retail and hospitality businesses. So like our shop workers and rail workers, comrades in Osda and Aslef, I know a thing or two about getting Britain moving. My union, GMB, has been raising awareness at this conference about just how dependent our industries are on each other. And that is why we must support a joint approach to Labour's industrial strategy as we rebuild our town centres, industrial estates, and the rails and roads that connect them. As a HGV driver in hospitality delivery, I am often the first one up and the last one home. It can be a lowering job, but it is a rewarding job, knowing that day and night we supply what keeps Britain going. Investment in our high street will keep me and my colleagues in work, and a long-term national transport strategy aligned with industrial strategy will make our work better alongside our fellow transport workers in rail. Easier rail freight journey means easier road freight journey, but there must also be a proper investment in our roads and safeguard for the rail sector that we deliver to. Conference, please support. Thank you.
I'm Chaya Watson. I'm Spen Valley CLP delegate, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. I wish to speak in support of the Future of Local Government 1. Conference. The chronic underfunding of local government through successive Tory administrations has left our local councils on their knees. My local council, Kirklees, has lost an estimated £1 billion in funding from 2010 to 2024 due to Conservative and coalition cuts and underfunding. This is forcing the council to make incredibly difficult decisions. My local historic town hall is shut, our sports centres and libraries are struggling to remain open, and my local tip is threatened with closure. These are the services that keep our communities alive. The waste recycling centres that provide jobs, the libraries that provide a safe, enriching environment, and the town halls that host local groups like the U3A. This cannot go on any longer. My hopes for this Labour government are that with the devolution revolution and 411 Labour MPs elected this year, our councils can work proactively with a government that understands their needs. They truly are the backbone of our communities, and I'm excited that we have a government now who will recognise this. Thank you, Conference.
Okay, we'll do another round. I'm looking for where I've got here. Right, so I can't see any right over there. It's a guy with this. So, the one with a beige coloured, I can only see your arm, yeah. I've got a disability steward over there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And then we have got time, so I'm going to look for somebody at the back. What about somebody in the red at the back? And the person in the red jacket, sort of right in front of me. Yeah, thank you. And if you could all go to the desk to register.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Esther Gray and I'm from Bromsgrove, CLP. I've been here once before, so this is my second time as a delegate and the first time I've ever spoken. Conference, I speak to support the motion today on the infrastructure. Although I'm a councillor, I support this one because after 14 years of Conservative government, we've been left with working people struggling to make ends meet without the pay they deserve. Conference, Worcestershire County Council have been run by the Conservatives for years and are failing their own workers. I met whilst canvassing a young man who said to me, I've been working for Worcestershire County Council on a 37-hour week contract. They are about to fire us and rehire us on a 35-hour week contract. I was astonished that a council would do that, knowing that this new Labour government were about to try and make that illegal. What are they about? We didn't have enough Labour councillors to defeat that motion. And strangely, within a very short period of time, those same Tory councillors, along with their Lib Dem supporters, voted themselves a £2,000 extra money for being councillors. Labour has a plan for a new deal for working people. Labour will the Industrial Strategy Council on the statutory footing. This body will have representatives from all nations and regions and our trade unions, and I'm a member of Unison too. Labour has a plan for growth that will benefit both businesses and employees, that will start to deliver a fresh start from the years of the failure of Conservative government. I urge you to vote in favour of the infrastructure motion.
Emily Pomeroy-Smith, South West Wiltshire CLP and proud member of Unite, speaking in support of Local Government 2 motion. In the middle of the night on the 14th of June 2017, I was awake feeding my baby, scrolling through my phone, when the news broke about a fire in a block of flats in London. I grew up in the shadow of tower blocks in East London, and I didn't need to be an expert to know that what was unfolding at Grenfell Tower was a disaster beyond measure. The firefighters who saved so many that night in impossible and horrific circumstances, risking their own lives as they do every day, deserve our gratitude and support. I welcome Angela's pledge this week for decent, safe homes for all. During my career as a property manager, I witnessed firsthand the corners cut by dodgy developers and bad landlords. The swanky developments with gyms, concierges and green space segregated from the affordable housing where tenants had no access to these facilities. The damp, mould, delayed and shoddy repairs, extractor fans that didn't vent outside but into cavity walls in a building only 6 years old. the cladding used to disguise tower blocks from their more affluent neighbours, the cladding that is still on far too many buildings. Tomorrow, I will go home to that baby that I was feeding, my 7-year-old Logan. But today, conference, I ask you to think of Logan Gomez, stillborn as a result of the Grenfell fire, and the 71 other victims. This can never be allowed to happen again. Conference, please support this motion.
Chair, Conference, Patricia Davis, and a very proud member of Unite the Union. Speaking in support of the composite motion and infrastructure and focusing on the importance, it is a key part of a proper industrial strategy. Conference, investing in our country's creaking and underfunded infrastructure, public transport, council housing, communication, utility and energy is desperately needed. Not just to support sustainability and diverse economic growth across our region and nations, but to create well-paid, unionized, and high-quality skilled jobs. This includes large-scale public work projects which create jobs and sustain a strong, stable, internal UK manufacturing sector. Projects such as high-speed rail link, sustainable balanced energy, projects like the Swansea Bay, Tidal Lagoon, and Hickley Point Sea, and Sizewell, and the restoration of onshore wind farm approvals are all important to such an approach. Unite is calling for massive investment in wind, solar, nuclear, and hydropower generation. In addition, critical to a successful industrial policy will be the delivery of a UK battery manufacturing and capability for both energy delivery and storage facilities to maximize the benefit of a circular economic to reuse, repurpose, and recycle carbon capture technology and hydrogen product. Conference, we must aim to go far beyond simple undoing the damage inflicted by government underinvestment. Our aim must be to identify, intervene, and invest in opportunities for the benefit of all and across our economic. Conference, please support.
Morning, Conference. Brian Gallagher, Warrington North, CLP. For the past 3 years, I've been a Labour councillor in Warrington, stepping down in May, but while I was there, I was on the Fire Authority in Cheshire, and I was made a champion for campaigns for sprinklers in buildings. So what I did is we had a motion passed by all 4 unitary boroughs in Cheshire to have sprinklers fitted in houses of buildings of multiple occupancy below 11 metres. That's important. In care and extra care homes and schools and warehouses. It was passed unanimously by all. And then at an LGA conference, fire conference, former Minister Chris Philp, who was useless, by the way, was there. And I asked him the question why it was a legal requirement in Wales and Scotland to have these sprinklers fitted in buildings of multiple occupancy below 11 metres, care homes, extra care homes, schools and warehouses. And he said he didn't know. He didn't know why in England it's not a legal requirement, but in Wales and Scotland it is a legal requirement. So he said he'd look into it. for me, and they're still looking into it, and now they're not looking into it because we've got a fantastic Labour government in. So, speaking in favour of the future of local government too, I'd like them to also consider, the government to consider having sprinklers fitted as a legal requirement in England, not just Wales and Scotland. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference Chair. My name is Kamalpreet Kaur, first-time delegate and first-time speaker from Hayes and Harlington. I have been a Labour Party member for nearly 2 decades, and on one of my birthdays, a friend said, "Do you know on this day in 1924, Labour Party first ever came to power?" And it seems that my fate was sealed. I plunged into active politics, however, in 2022, when I could no longer bear abject apathy, woeful neglect, and continuous decimation of council services in and around Hayes. Now, as a councillor in London Borough of Hillingdon, the devastation of 14 years of Tory rule is what I see in my communities every day of my life. The Tory administration has compounded with their ineptness. Libraries shut, street cleaners cut, youth centres closed, assets disposed, potholes galore, fly tips eyesore, and I can go on. As our public services have been slashed to the bone, officers are asked to do so much more with so little at their disposal. That's why I campaign day in and day out to bring in Danny Beales in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, one of our many Labour victories and gains this way in Labour government in July. Now change begins. We have a Labour government that appreciates the work of the local government. We have a lot of work to do to mitigate the last impact of 14 years. I wholeheartedly welcome the unison motion and ask the conference to support it as well. Thank you.
Good evening, or even morning. My name is Josh. I'm from the Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner CLP. Unfortunately, it seems to be about the last CLP to retain a Tory MP. So it's a bit of a culture shock being here, but it's so refreshing to see such positivity and innovation and willingness to change and upgrade our infrastructure. I think that for too long, the other party has lied and obfuscated. They have managed to combine, impressively, all of the worst aspects of privatisation and nationalisation. They've let high streets fall into decline. I think it's been this way for almost as long as I can remember. I was born in 2005, just after the election. I was 5 when the Tories came to power in 2010, and for the first 19 years of my life, I'd never seen Labour win a victory in a general election. So you can imagine how happy I must have been on July 5th, when I woke up to find that the adults were back in charge. And look what the adults are giving us now. I commend their high street investment. I commend their New Deal for working people. I commend this motion. Thank you.
Yeah, there, thank you. Do you want to come up here as well? Yeah. In the middle somewhere. Right, I've got another accessible steward over there as well. and the person there in the red. I seem to be picking a lot of red. I wonder why. Yeah. How many have I got? 4. Okay, hopefully we can come for another round. I might have to ask people to stick to time. Thank you.
Thanks. Chair, Conference, Donna Spicer, proud G&B Union member, supporting future of the local government one. Solidarity to Sonia from Unison, your speech was very moving. Conference, there's no denying that local government spending is in crisis. 14 years of the Tories have decimated public services and it has left G&B members without jobs, residential homes are being closed, lack of investment in children's services, adult social care, housing and many more of our public services are closing. Our physical health, mental well-being and economic prospects are suffering. If we do not address the failings of 14 years of austerity and fix local government spending, this will get worse. G&B has long opposed government cuts and we will continue to campaign for proper funding to restore our public services. Conference, we are still reeling from a pay crisis. In real terms, average wages are lower than they were 15 years ago, and we have seen the worst public sector pay squeeze in history, which has left our essential services on its knees. Outsourcing has left its scars across the country. It has slashed terms and conditions and pay of public service workers. And Conference, it has cost ordinary working class people's lives. The Grenfell Tower disaster is a key example of this. Grenfell residents raised their concerns many times about the substandard refurbishment undertaken by the private sector subcontractor and non-compliance with fire regulations. Grenfell has impacted us all. We remember how we felt when we heard the news. I couldn't even go to work that day when I sat at home watching it. Their lives could have been saved. The catastrophe was completely avoidable. Conference, something needs to change. Please support our public sector workers, support our public services. We support this motion. Thank you.
Morning Conference. My name's Denise Smith. I'm the delegate from Cramlington and Killingworth CLP, a new CLP, and a very proud GMB member. I've recently retired from 44 years of public sector work. I've worked in the health service, I've worked in local government, and I've seen enough top-down diktats. If local government is to be effective, it has to work with the communities in partnership with it. We can't have another disastrous 14 years. We need to prove to our residents that we are the grown-ups, as my earlier colleague said. We're good at local government. I was proud to work in local government. I'm proud to be retired. My husband thinks all his Christmases have come at once. We only recently moved to the North East. We have a regional mayor, the North East, Labour, a Labour Police and Crime Commissioner, 3 Labour councillors in the ward that we live in, and a Labour MP, and our North Tyneside mayor is also Labour. Imagine the difference we've had there compared with where he used to live in North East Bedfordshire, where we were hammered year after year after year by the Tories. We had no services, our children had no facilities. Can I plead with you to support the composite? Thank you.
Does it go any higher? No, that's okay. I'm very tall. Conference. Villa Wilding, Chair of Hendon CLP. First-time delegate, first-time speaker, and university student. Like many university students, I've worked part-time throughout my degree. My first part-time job was in retail, working in the middle of a dying shopping centre in the middle of Bristol. I would go to my shifts selling tea, coffee, and hot chocolate. I would sweep the floors of the shop, count stock, and if I was lucky, someone might come in to browse. If I was really lucky, and sufficiently charming, someone might buy something. As you can probably imagine, that shop closed about 6 months after I started working there. And to be frank, within that centre, we were one of the more successful stores. Conference, we must ensure that our high street brick and mortar stores can compete with online stores. Reform to business rates is absolutely vital, as is a new deal for working people. Workers with rights are productive and happy workers. We must revitalise our high streets, we must improve green infrastructure, and we must reform rail freight. I'm proud to support Infrastructure 1, and I urge you all to do the same. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Thomas Haynes, Stroud CLP. I'm not a first-time delegate and I'm not a first-time speaker. I am here to speak on the local government motions because an awful lot of my family have been involved in local government in one way or another. Back in May, when Stroud District Labour elected no fewer than 15 new councillors to Stroud District Council, our largest council group since 1999, thank you. My father was one of the new Labour councillors elected in our village of Cam. Earlier, my mother was a Labour councillor for the neighbouring town of Dursley. My aunt was a Labour leader of Camden Borough Council in London. And my grandfather and one of his brothers have also been councillors, though not for the Labour Party. I remember I joined the Labour Party a week shy of my 16th birthday, and in December I will mark 9 years membership of the party. And I remember going into my early branch meetings and hearing the leader of Stroud District Council describe how we, the last Labour council in Gloucestershire, were the last council in the county still building council houses. How we protected our leisure centres, how we protected local services, and how for over a decade our Labour council was the last thing protecting our vulnerable residents from the worst excesses of Tory and Lib Dem national government. Thank you. But Conference, it's never enough. And it's particularly not enough under the cuts that local government has faced over the last 14 years. As our services decline, the council run out of money, and my friends from school face homelessness because of the lack of social housing. And this is in one of the wealthiest districts in the country. I can only imagine what it must be like elsewhere. Conference, it is vital that we support these motions and support local government because they desperately, desperately need funding to carry on doing the magnificent work that our Labour councillors do up and down the country, day in and day out. Thank you very much.
A last round here, but it will be the last round, and I can only take 4 people. Near the bins. There's someone near the bins over there that's waving their and it's not Dusty. Has he come in? She got me? Yeah, okay. And then I think there's a woman somewhere on the back there with a white top waving at me. No.
Okay. It's James Lewis, Legion.
And then the guy there with the, yep.
I'm going to go here. This is a...
Yes, you. And I need, yes, you as well. Sorry about that, but I think we have done really well to get speakers in, and so many today. So if you want to register at the desk.
Conference Chair, Catherine Vallis, first-time Speaker and proud Glasgow City Councillor, rising to support the motion. We will all have heard the stories on the doorsteps in the most recent election of people who are frustrated with their local government services, people who have been let down by lack of resourcing, and from local government workers who want to do their best but have to do more and more with less and less. All of the councillors in the room will be aware of the budgetary pressures on their services, and it will be no more evident than in their inboxes and in all of our new MPs' inboxes, as people's housing concerns, social care concerns just rack up and up and up. I fully support this motion because we must invest in good local government infrastructure, in safeguarding workers, and in making sure that we have services that are fit for purpose, but that also thrive, that people can thrive under. So I urge everyone in the room to support this motion and to make sure that we are properly investing in local government, both for the workers, but also for our constituents, and so that we can deliver as a Labour government, both locally and nationally. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Councillor James Lewis from Selby CLP and Leader of Leeds City Council. Conference, like every single one of the 6,500 councillors, Labour councillors in the country, we worked so hard to get the victory on July the 4th because we had the worst of the deal from the Conservatives and the Lib Dems. We had 14 years of cuts. We had hundreds of millions of pounds taken away from council services. We saw the short-term sticking plaster solutions rather than long-term deals. And we saw the political vilification of local councillors by Tory ministers who sat in the shires trying to make Labour councils and Labour councillors doing their best the victim of political attacks time and time again because the Conservatives have cut money and they've tried to make us look bad. And that is going to come to an end with the Labour government, and we are so pleased. The worst... There are many things when you think back to the time of Michael Gove, Eric Pickles and all those Tory local government ministers, but the worst of the lot was when we were forced to bid for outdoor chess sets. I'm still jealous that Bradford got one and we didn't. But Conference, that has changed. We'll work with Angela Rayner, we'll work with the government, we will move on from competitive bids to long-term funding settlements, we'll work to rebuild public services, and we'll work with our public service trade unions to make sure we have long-term financial settlements of councils and long-term pay deals to make sure we are rebuilding public services and rebuilding the pay of the people that work for local councils who are the backbone of our services. Conference, support the local government finance motion.
Conference, Anna Burridge, Hampstead and Highgate CLP and Councillor in Camden. In 2022, I was elected Councillor for Primrose Hill 5 years after the Grenfell tragedy. In my ward are the 5 Chalcott Towers, housing 3,000 people who were evacuated for 6 months in the aftermath of Grenfell because their homes were unsafe. I know just how awful that tragedy was for the people living in those buildings. Some saw it unfolding from their windows, and some had friends and family directly impacted. I know how hard local government officials and politicians worked to rehouse and support those people. I'm really proud now of the work that Camden is doing, despite such significant budget cuts to local authorities under the Tories, to replace that same cladding that covered Grenfell, to upgrade the fire safety systems, to make the buildings safer and more energy efficient. But earning back the trust of our residents will take longer, and I'll always be there to listen to their concerns and to advocate for them. It's a travesty that so many buildings still have these problems and aren't being rectified. Making people live in fear in these conditions is simply inhumane. I urge you to support the motion on local government too. Thank you.
Hello, Conference. My name is Councillor Rima Baklini, Ealing Central and Acton CLP. Conference, do you sleep at night when your children are out? As a mother of 4, I can tell you that I don't. And I stand here today with a heavy heart, deeply concerned about the crises that threaten our children and the safety of our society, particularly the alarming rise of knife crime among our youth and the persistent violence against women and girls. Issues that keep me awake at night. I refuse to accept a world where my children or any child live in fear, and I know we must act decisively to protect our most vulnerable and ensure a safer future for all families. It is heartbreaking to witness too many young lives being destroyed by knife crime, with children as young as 12 being drawn into gangs, carrying knives, and getting caught up in violence from which they can't escape. This tragedy is a direct result of 14 years of conservative chaos and failures that have led to cuts in youth services, a lack of support for struggling families, and a significant reduction in policing on our streets, leaving our communities vulnerable to violence. The Conservatives haven't just failed our young people, they have failed women and girls too. Violence against women, whether it's domestic abuse, sexual harassment, or worse, has been allowed to flourish. Too often, women are let down when they seek help, and justice is delayed or denied altogether, leaving them to live in fear while perpetrators walk free. Our government will address this. Labour will tackle the root causes of knife crime with proper funding for youth services, early intervention, and by holding those who profit from violence to account. And Labour will take firm action to end violence against women and girls, ensuring that women are protected, perpetrators are held accountable, and victims get the justice and support they deserve. Labour will not tolerate a society where women live in fear. So, Conference, I urge you to support this motion. Together, we can make our streets safer and our society stronger. Thank you.
Delegate, and just to say, following on, I am also a very proud Unison member, and on the 23rd of October next month I will have worked for 40 years for a local authority, so it's very key to my heart. So if you just give us a couple of seconds while I welcome Elsie Greenwood into the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Conference. There'll be some time later on for delegates to speak. However, we must welcome our next speaker. It's with great pleasure that we welcome onto the stage Olympic gold medalist Imogen Grant.
Conference, hello. My name is Imogen Grant. I'm a proud junior doctor in the NHS. And this summer, I also won Olympic gold at the Paris 2024 Olympics. Unsurprisingly, this is my first time at the Labour conference and our first time speaking, so thank you for your warm welcome. I'm here today to talk to you about the transformative power of sport. Growing up, I almost missed my chance in sport. I decided I wanted to be a doctor when I was about 9 years old, and so I focused on my academics. I tried netball, I tried hockey, I did a bit of gymnastics. They were fun, but none of them really stuck. I actually lucked into rowing when I started at university, and so my two loves, medicine and rowing, happened side by side at Cambridge. Too many people are like me. They think sport isn't for them, for one reason or another. Maybe they try the sports that are available in their schools or in their local clubs, and it just doesn't quite light that spark. For some, it's the cost, the petrol to drive to practice. Maybe their nearest facilities are too far away. Maybe the facilities have been run down and there aren't enough volunteers to coach them. And for some of them, there isn't the pathway either. They can't see what they want to achieve, even if they're dreaming of it. But for me, sport has quite literally transformed my life. 10 years ago, when I learned to row, I had no idea that this is where I would be 10 years later. Sport is passion. I'm so passionate about my own sport, rowing, and that is the sport that has been right for me. But so many people go with their friends and watch football at the weekends, kick a ball around. They'll go running along their local community roads. They'll take a walk along the river. You'll see swimmers, anglers, rowers, runners. It's amazing. And I want to keep that continuing. One of the big sparks for me was the London 2012 Olympic Games. 12 years ago, and I went and I watched and I was inspired. And so many of my teammates say exactly the same thing. I had the privilege of holding a Paralympic bronze medal, and that memory has always stuck with me. One of the most incredible things since then has been me being able to share my own medal with the young children across the country. Being able to place this in kids' hands across the country, in adults' hands across the country, for them to feel that weight of this medal and what this piece of metal means, and seeing that spark of inspiration, that maybe that they will be at Olympic Games in another 12 years' time. For me, sport is my passion, and passion is culture. Culture is what the lifeblood and tapestry of this country is. That doesn't have to be sport for everybody either. For me, rowing is fantastic, but maybe there's a choir or an orchestra. Maybe there's a radio show, maybe there's a theatre company nearby. Every single one of those things contributes to what makes us Great Britain. I might be a rower, but I'm also a proud NHS doctor, and in my job, I see unfit patients every single day. Almost 40% of adults in this country don't meet the bare minimum standards for physical activity. It's just 30 minutes of walking or equivalent 5 times a week. Almost 40%. If physical activity were a drug, it would be called a miracle cure for how effective it is. And we need to make sure that that miracle cure is available to as many people, adults and children across the nation. So that's why sport transforms. It's good for our physical health, it's good for our mental health, and it's good for our communities as well. It's why grassroots facilities are so vital, to be a place where children and adults can go to do something other than stress or study or work. It's why PE in schools should be fun, should be regular, and should be varied, so that people can test out sports and find the one they love, because there is one for every single person in this room. It's why high-performance funding is so important, meaning that kids who go to practice at the weekends can see a clear pathway with good funding and good opportunities to see where they can take their sport next. And that is why I'm so proud that this government's commitments are to maintain funding for the next Olympic cycle and invest in those grassroots sports facilities that are so vital to help people luck into the sport that they might win gold in one day. And so I'm delighted to welcome to the stage our Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, the amazing Lisa Nandy.
How the hell do you follow that? Thank you so much, Imogen, an Olympic gold medalist and a junior doctor, here to inspire and to serve, to allow people to dream, to change lives, and to never take no for an answer. She absolutely sums up the spirit of our country. And we need that spirit and that conviction after 14 dark, divisive years. Successive Tory governments running down our rich and proud heritage in arts and music and the right of every child to it. At the stroke of a pen, enrichment funding in schools, gone. Libraries, theatres, youth workers, gone. That lifeline for young people, broken. The promise of a generation inspired by sport, broken. This is what cultural vandalism looks like, and conference, it ends today. No more of their violent indifference to the things that matter most. Because the rich, diverse culture in our country is not just how we grow as people, but how we make and shape a nation. Conference, we're a better country than the government we've had, and we are going to give voice to that country again. Because the history of Britain is the history of people like Imogen, ordinary, extraordinary people doing extraordinary things, building the rich cultural inheritance that gives our lives meaning, handed down through generations. Every Labour government in history has been animated by a passion for the arts, sports, music and culture, which help us grow as people and grow as a nation. It was the Attlee government that created the national parks out of a conviction that clean air and recreation belong to us all. It was Herbert Morrison who brought the Festival of Britain to every corner of the country, and the Wilson government who created the first ever arts minister, Jenny Lee, whose motto, arts for everyone, everywhere, enriched lives in every single part of our country. And it was the Blair government, through the amazing Tessa Jowell, who brought the London 2012 Olympics to Britain and inspired a generation of young people like Imogen to go on, dream big, achieve big, and inspire the next. And opened up, with the support of Chris Smith, Gordon Brown and Tony Blair, our national museums and galleries to the nation, returning them to the people to whom they belong. See, we've never accepted in Labour that the chance to live richer, larger lives belongs only to some of us, and Conference, we never, ever will. We face a choice as a country and as a government to be the last guardians of this chapter or the first pioneers of the next. So with our fantastic team, Chris, Steph, Fiona, Vicky and Kim, change begins now. We will be the light on the hill to open up those opportunities to a generation again and put people back at the centre of their own story, where their contribution is seen and valued and they can live richer, larger lives again. And we won't waste a minute. In our first few weeks, we've announced the Football Governance Bill to put fans back at the centre of their clubs, and we're taking action on rip-off ticket touts because culture belongs to everybody. With a vet, we're delivering youth hubs so young people can decide what they want and need in their own communities, because we see their potential, not just problems. And we're resetting our relationship with our amazing civil society. The charities, the trade unions, the community groups who have been a lifeline through these darkest of times. They were silenced by the Tories. No more. Our government believes they are essential partners in the country we seek to build, and they have not just a right, but a duty to speak out. And we won't stop there. We're about to kickstart the Charter Review to ensure the BBC survives and thrives well into the latter half of this century. And we're working with the TV industry to ensure it becomes far more representative of the country, with decision makers who hail from every nation and region. We're about to kick off a review of the Arts Council to ensure arts for everyone, everywhere, because we will never accept that culture is just for the privileged few to be hoarded in a few corners of the country, and we will never accept that there is a trade-off between excellence and access. We'll hand back power to communities to reclaim their cultural assets and historic buildings so they have a vibrant future, not a forgotten past. We'll put young people back at the heart of their own futures through a plan that they will write, because every young person matters, and with this Labour government, theirs is a generation that will be heard. And we'll put rocket boosters under tourism, film, gaming, growing creative industries in Sunderland, Blackpool, Birmingham and Dundee alongside our amazing mayors and councils, so people in every part of our country have not just got good jobs in their own community, but the chance to write the next chapter of our national story. And most of all, when they erased culture and creativity from our classrooms and our communities, running down the arts subjects, narrowing the curriculum, and slashing council funding so parts of the country became cultural deserts. They choked off choices and chances for a generation to be able to imagine and create the lives and the country they believe in. George Bernard Shaw once wrote, "Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire, you will what you imagine, and at last you create what you will." We're going to reignite the imagination of the next generation, because a complete education is a creative education. And that is why Bridget and I have kick-started a review of the curriculum to put arts, sport and music back at the heart of our schools and communities where it belongs. It's our ambition that when, in 5 years' time, we turn to face the nation again, that we will face a self-confident country that can celebrate the rich diversity and inheritance of our communities and all the people in them, where everybody's contribution is seen and valued and they see themselves reflected in our national story. Never let them tell you that it can't be done. We are the party that gave the world the first ever Climate Change Act, the NHS Comprehensive Education and the Race Relations Act. We flew the pride flag over our embassies in countries where loving who you love was a crime, the light on the hill for people at home and overseas. It has been a long, hard slog back to power. through a dark and divisive decade. But by opening up the arts to everyone, everywhere, the lives of children you will never meet, whose names you will never know, will be changed forever because of what we have done and what we are going to do together. This is the difference every Labour government has made in power. It's written into our DNA. We change lives and we give our country its confidence back. And conference, it is thanks to each and every one of you in this room that the 4th ever Labour government in history will do it again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa, for that inspiring and uplifting speech. We'll now return to delegate speakers. I will take speakers in groups of 4, so if you can indicate now if you would like to speak. I'll take the delegate with the hand up. Yep. The delegate over there at the back towards the right. Yep. It'd be great to see, at the moment I can't see any women with their hands. It'd be great to get some more women delegates. Yeah, I can see a delegate there on the front left. Yeah.
Right down the middle aisle.
And the delegate there at the front, the lady, yep. Once you've been chosen, just head down to the desk at the front to sign in. Sorry, it's quite difficult to see people with everyone moving around, so try and stay in seats.
Good morning, conference. My name is Councillor Raj Mehta. I'm a cabinet member in Telford and Wrekin, as well as the chair of Telford and Wrekin Interfaith Council, which has been a beacon of unity and progress in Telford and the wider West Midlands. Today I'm honoured to speak for the first time at a conference. Thank you. I'm the only child of an Indian immigrant who came to this country in the early 70s, and they came to Liverpool here, where they settled and they got married, and I grew up and went to school here, so it's nice to be back home in my hometown. But today, young people across the country feel disconnected. For too long, our young people have been left behind. The previous government's cuts have destroyed youth services and left our education system in wanting. Too many young people are not being able to afford the opportunities to reach their potential and achieve the ambitions they want. It's vital we invest in the next generation. They are our future. We must ensure that our local public services support young people to build a future they can be proud of, no matter what their background is. I welcome the new Labour government's plans to provide stability to the local councils and to ensure that those who know their communities best are given the power to make these important decisions. I want to see the young people of the country empowered and supported. Conference, I support this motion. I support the plans to rebuild the essential ranges of public services that a local government provides as part of its economic growth strategy, ensure that no child is left behind. That is why I encourage you all to support this motion, and let's make sure our next generation is standing in years to come, because Labour is in government and will stay in government. Thank you, Conference.
Good morning, Conference. My name's Stephen Hick. I'm from St Austell Newquay CLP. I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker, obviously. St Austell Newquay in Cornwall, where the fantastic newly elected No Law MP, part of the now Tory-free Cornwall. I'm going to speak very briefly in support of Local Government Motion 2. My conference accommodation is in Anfield. It's about 200 metres from the Hillsborough Memorial. And as we're all gathered here in Liverpool, hoping to perhaps finally hear about Hillsborough law, 35 years after that tragedy, it must surely be incumbent upon us to be proactive in preventing a similar horrific tale. A tale of the state seeking to protect the guilty by abusing the victims and the innocent. A tale of the state demonstrating the disposition of utterly unaccountable power in completely the wrong direction. Failure to support this motion, so passionately moved by the Fire Brigade Union and bravely seconded by our Unison comrade who spoke so movingly, would be to tell the victims, the bereaved and those now at risk that we just don't care. And Conference, I know I care, I know you care, I know we care. Conference, I urge you to support the motion.
Hello, Conference. Councillor Eamon O'Brien, here representing the Association of Labour Councillors. And we have our great colleagues here from the ALC, which have now made Labour the largest party in local government 2 years in a row. Now, to deliver the 5 missions of this Labour government, we have to do it with a strong, sustainable and ambitious local government working on the ground at the coalface, delivering on what matters to our residents. Now, at the same time, we know that local government is often there when people need us most. Those really difficult moments in people's lives, whether it's children needing our care, safety, support and love, whether it's our older folk needing support and care when they need it too. Those with learning disabilities or special education needs, to make sure that they are supported and can thrive and fulfil their potential. And yes, whether it's bins or potholes, streetlights, trees, parks and countryside, we are there day in, day out, working to support all of our residents when they need it most. But local government is also ready and willing, more than ready and willing, to actually deliver on the ambitious plans to grow our economy, to build the homes that we need, to make sure that our town centres and high streets are thriving, to make sure that our transport system is working, to bring those buses back under public control, connect our communities back up together, make sure that there is education and skills for absolutely every young person and adult trying to re-enter the workforce. All of this needs local government to be funded well, sustainably, and for the long-term future. So I urge you to support the local government motion number 1, so that all of our councils are in a position to deliver on those 5 missions and help deliver the change that Labour has promised. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Councillor Mandy Anderson and I'm from the London Borough of Havering. You may be aware of our local authority. We were the area predominantly featured in the recent Panorama programme regarding well-run organisations within our council that are still on the verge of going under. I can only echo what has been previously said by the other speakers about the decimation of public services and the absolute contempt of the previous government towards every resident up and down this country with the policies that they applied. Our funding was stripped to almost zero, from 70 million to 1.5 million, placing the burden on the residents through increasing council tax while having to reduce services. We're aware that Havering is not the only local authority in a precarious financial position, and considerations and changes that are needed for us all have to be applied across the country. And while we understand that the Labour government that we worked so hard to achieve will not be able to write blank cheques, there are concrete steps that can be taken to help local authorities gain sustainable control over their future for the benefit of all their residents. The age of the population of Havering has shifted. Long held to be a borough of older people, Havering is a fast-growing younger population. Alongside adult social care, which is increasing in complexity and cost every year, there is a growing pressure on children's social care, special educational needs and disability support, and home-to-school transport. 70% of our budget goes on these services, 30% for everything else. Please support the motion number 1 for local government and urge our government to ensure fair funding for local government, rebuild our vital public services, support our young people and let that change begin now. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I'll take another round of speakers. The delegate in the green, yep. Delegate in the red jacket at the back with the papers. Delegate there with the pink papers shaking. Yeah, the delegate with the hand right over on this side. Yeah. Yeah. Great. If you just head over to the desk.
Thank you. My name is Naomi Pole and I'm General Secretary of the Musicians Union. We represent 35,000. Thank you. Thank you. We represent 35,000 professional musicians living and working in the UK. And I just wanted to get up and say how inspiring it was to hear Lisa, as Secretary of State, talk about broadening the curriculum and finally putting music and the arts back at the heart of our children's education. Last year, we were here with the hope that we would have a Secretary of State and a ministerial team that really cared about music, and it's fantastic that we no longer have a shadow team. We have the real ministerial team who can actually make change for our members. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is just how hard it's been for our members over the last 14, 15 years under the Conservative government. Just to give you an example, there's a young musician, young meaning younger than me, which is obviously extremely young, and she was employed coming out of music college as a full-time employed musician in English National Opera. And as a result of Arts Council cuts, English National Opera have had their work cut down by half in London. So she said to me when we were in consultation with the employer that she felt like one of the lucky ones. As a professional musician, actually in an employed job all year round, you know, she came out of college and thought, this is it, I'm being rewarded for my talent and I'm in a secure, stable job. And now her job has been cut down to 6 months of the year and she can barely afford to pay her rent. It's been really tough, and she's not the only one. We're seeing 15% pay cut at Welsh National Opera as well, and it's these big companies that are expensive that are unfortunately feeling the pinch the hardest, and we're seeing the jobs going first, and it's just not good enough. You know, it was fantastic to hear Lisa talk about excellence being important alongside access. Both of those things are crucial, and the other thing to go when funding cuts are made is touring, which means that there isn't art everywhere, and we're seeing a lot of cities that just don't have any access to orchestral players and that musical performance. And the other area of music that's been really struggling is grassroots music. So you might have heard of local music venues closing down, and this affects grassroots artists, and it means that young people don't have the opportunity to pursue a career in music, and they should have. So we're really feeling very hopeful today and absolutely delighted to hear Lisa's speech, and we look forward to times getting better, change begins, and let's give kids of the future the chance to have a career in music that really rewards their talent. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Julie McManus. I'm a councillor in Bidston St James Ward in Birkenhead, one of the 10 most deprived in the country. I'm also Chair of Adult Social Care and Public Health and a delegate of Wirral West CLP this morning, and I'm first-time speaker. As a Labour-controlled Wirral Council, I'm thrilled to talk in our first conference in government for the past 14 years. We as councils need a stable settlement. We need to move forward. The Tories have fundamentally failed to fund local government. If we want to improve health inequalities, we must fund community-based programmes, and we can only reduce those numbers at A&E front door if we have good quality, damp-free homes, if we support our carers who save our places millions, family carers who are not just invisible, they are ignored. I implore that local councils are given stable funding so that we can work hand in hand with our Labour government to improve the lives of our residents. And I also just want to give a shout out to Birkenhead's operatic or Bost musicals who will be performing in the Empire, Annie, this year, and my son will be playing next year, and my son will be playing Rooster Hannigan. So big shout out to Bost. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm Katie Cruikshank, otherwise known as the Purple Lady, if you forget who I am, and I'm from Crewe and Nantwich. I'm here to talk on the sports, and which is very useful for young people. As a mother of two, I knew how important young people having sports events was. I was a local councillor in Tameside, and one of the first things I did after 2 months of being elected was plead for some money so that we can get some equipment in the school. But I didn't just get the equipment in the school, I went and worked with businesses. And the initiative was called Off the Block. And it was about competitions. The aim was to show our young people that competition and winning is good. because I used to hear a lot about it was taking part that was important. We can't say that. We're all very happy for winning this election, so winning is very important, and we need to make sure that our young people do that. If a child was able to have somewhere to go, to run, practice running, jumping, there's no time to hang around the street. There's no time to be naughty. There's no time to be swearing and just being a nuisance because they're too busy practicing and being in competition. Competition is good for you. If you're a runner, if you're an individual athlete, a lot of discipline is involved. If you're a team player, a lot of discipline is involved. What does all that mean? It gets you ready for the workplace. Because when you go to the workplace, you work as a team. Or if you're in management, you work as an individual. But most important of all is the discipline that you get, the respect, the planning, the sleeping, the organizing. I made sure my 2 children, by the time they were 17, they passed their driving test. Why did we do that? So that they can go training. I didn't have to be driving them. That gave them something to look forward to. And I was in Dockingfield, and we used to go all the way to Sale. It's a long way to go, but I knew it was important for them to do that. And as soon as they were able they were able to learn to drive. So Lisa, please, she's not here anymore, but push for sports in the school and the equipment for it. Thank you so much, conference.
Good morning, conference. I'm Gwen Page, and I'm the first delegate from the new CLP of Wakefield and Rothwell. First-time speaker. In the local elections in Wakefield this year, our council gained 20 seats out of 21. The other seat was won by a Lib Dem. We saw the Tories off. They were gone. So on our council, we now have 57 Labour, 56 Labour, and the rest is opposition. In 2022, we had a by-election because our Tory MP got sent to prison. And members from all over the United Kingdom came to Wakefield, including Lisa, and we returned Simon Lightwood. And this year we've returned him again. In Wakefield, we are very lucky. We have got the National Coal Mining Museum, the Yorkshire Sculpture Park, and the famous Epworth Gallery. These are magnificent places, and if you've never been, please come. We also have 3 rugby league clubs, Featherstone Rovers, Wakefield Trinity, and Castleford Tigers. But all these need our support, and as do all our amateur groups, our amateur football groups, rugby clubs, amateur dramatic societies. And so I would like conference to vote for these motions to show those voters in Wakefield, when they voted for change, that change will begin. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Delegate. And we'll take one more round of speakers, so if you can indicate if you'd like to speak. The delegate there with the glasses. Yep. Delegate right at the back with red T-shirt. Or the person that they're pointing to is fine. Delegate there with the green top. Yep, you, yep. Delegate there, very smiley, yep.
Hello, conference. I am Carmel Corrigan,
Birmingham Northfield CLP delegate and a new Birmingham City Council councillor elected on General Election Day 2024. Thank you. Birmingham City Council are facing significant financial challenges following an almost £1 billion cut to council finances under austerity, resulting in a Section 114 notice being served a year ago. There are tough decisions ahead to deliver a balanced budget, with Michael Gove appointed commissioners still in the city. The Tory councillors stayed resolutely silent whilst we endured cut after cut from their government, and yet are now very vocal about the challenging environment the Labour-run council are having to manage. The hypocrisy is not lost on us. The financial situation in Birmingham is becoming far too common amongst our councils across the country. Bankrupt councils and failing local services are the legacy of the previous Conservative government. Conference, we all know that levelling up was just a gimmick. We need real investment into our councils. My community has some amazing community groups. Northfield Community Partnership, set up to support residents after the collapse of Rover in 2005, has supported and continues to support thousands of residents across the constituency with food, advice and support. Isn't it time our local services were funded adequately so our communities are not wholly reliant on the generosity of local charities? Thank you, Conference.
Hello, Conference. My name is George. I'm a first-time speaker, second-time delegate. Thank you. I come from Canterbury. Originally, I lived in Wiltshire. What interests me about politics is I come from a farming family. My father here is in Detractor, so is my brother and my cousins. My mum is a biodiversity scientist. I've come to you today because a lot of people don't know what farmers go through. First, I'd like to talk very briefly about mental health. In a sample of 450 farmers under the age of 40, respondents almost universally, 95%, agreed that poor mental health is the biggest hidden problem facing the industry. What's more, if we look at what our product is, food security is not just a matter of national security, but essential for our health. The next part I learned later when I started working with the CLP, and it was quite shocking. In 2022, there were 7.2 million people, or 11% of the UK population, in households experiencing food poverty, including 17% of whom were children. Now, if there's one thing farmers understand, it's growth. The degradation of the last 14 years has brought us to a crucial moment with a huge level of risk. Conference, here's the point I want to make to you. It is time for change. Our industry is not just looking dire for the workers who depend on it, but for our biodiversity, for our mental health that can be done by the exercises and our connection with nature. And I'd ask you, please consider supporting British farmers. We're in dire straits at the moment, but things will get better under Labour. That I am certain. Conference, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Conference. I am Caroline Ball from Blythe and Ashington CLP. In the north of England, sorry Manchester, Liverpool, it's the real north of England. So I am here today to speak in support of the Infrastructure 1 motion. Our retailers and our local town centres supported our local communities during COVID. Our shopkeepers that knew who our vulnerable residents were, who delivered day and night to make sure that they had food in their cupboards and meals. So I really want to go back to them local shopkeepers and say thank you, but also we need to support them now. Business rates, the cost of electric, these are all things that are really decimating our high streets, so we really need to support our shopkeepers. We've got lone workers in shops because the costs are just skyrocketing for these shops to even stay open. So we need to protect those shop workers as well. So I really would like to see us support Infrastructure One motion, and I just want to say thank you to all them shopkeepers and thank you to Conference for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon, Conference. Councillor Elizabeth Kangede, London Borough of Barking and Dagenham. Second time in Conference, first time speaker, so I'm a bit... Thank you. When Imogen spoke about her passion in sports, that took me back to my early years when I was growing up. I came to this country from Kenya, where most of you might know we are the best in athletics. And that, I'm a qualified teacher. I have taught in this country for over 25 years. I'm a mother, and I'm currently the cabinet member for education in our schools. So whenever I visit, thank you so much, having been a teacher, a counselor, and looking at how much our borough has been deprived, our children have not sports places to go to. And that is why I believe there is an increase in crime. Our young people have nowhere to go. So when I hear that music, arts, is coming back to schools, I believe that's another way of improving the mental wellness of our children. Thank you. Not every child is gifted in academia. Imogen, a good example. She's flying out in sports. So let us give back our children. Let us reclaim our country back. Now that we have our government, I believe it's time to give a bit more funding. Some of you might not know that Barking and Dagenham is one of the most deprived boroughs. Yet, I pride in saying as a cabinet member for education, 97% of our schools are good or outstanding. How better? Thank you. I want you to see, suppose we had better funding, how much better would our children perform? So I want to support this local government motion and to say that to try and really support everybody, make everybody equal, really let us open up those arts and sports centers for our children where they can go after school, where they can go on Saturdays, and that also helps the parents. Thank you ever so much. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. We will now conclude the debate, and thank you to everyone who spoke and contributed to that. We will now move to votes in the order in which they were debated. So the first is Composite 5, Infrastructure 1. So those in favour? And those against? That passes, yeah. Composite 6, Local Government 1. Those in favour? And those against? That passes as well. And finally, Composite 7, Local Government 2. Those in favour? And those against? Brilliant. All three have passed. Thank you so much, Conference. So, Conference now stands adjourned. When we come back, we will have the highlight of Conference, which is with the leader's speech. But can delegates please remember to take everything with you? Do not leave anything in the hall. The hall doors will open from 1:15, and we ask that you take your seat as early as possible to ensure that you can be in here for the speech. Thank you.
Conference, please welcome Matthew Conroy.
My name is Matthew Conroy, and this year, for the first time, I voted for a Labour government. I'm 21, I'm studying PPE at Manchester University, but my parents' lives looked very different to mine at my age. My mum left school at 16 and got a job. My dad, he grew up in Ireland, he left school with no qualifications, taking any job he could, working on washing machines and building sites to get by. He migrated to England, and one day he decided to go to night college after a shift. That changed his life. He got his BTECs, he went to university, he got a steady job, and so, when I was growing up, both my parents knew better than anyone else how education can change your life. And they were determined that I would get that chance too. I went to a comprehensive school in a deprived area, and when I started, it was a good school, but the time I left, it was in special measures. Not because the teachers didn't care, they did, but because the government didn't seem to care about kids like us. So when I started at a better sixth form, initially, the idea that I might one day go to university wasn't even in my mind. It was my parents who supported me, encouraged me, and told me anything was possible. Similarly, friends and peers have also gone on to university and become skilled tradespeople. But how many other people didn't know and were never told that there was a world out there that needed their talent? How many people still don't know what they are capable of because their parents never had the chance to find out what they could do, or their grandparents never got the opportunities that they deserved? No one ever stepped in to give them that chance, to break the cycle and to tell them that this country not just wants them, but needs them to succeed. Keir Starmer, our new Prime Minister, he was the first in his family to go to university. Like my dad, he understands how opportunities can transform people's lives and that everyone deserves a chance to find out what they can do, discover what they love, and be respected for what they offer. His Labour government has already started giving people that chance. This short film will show you what they've done so far.
Has won the 2024 election. Not only have they won, they have absolutely smashed it.
I invite you all to join this government of service in the mission of national renewal. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today.
Conference, please welcome Keir Starmer, Prime Minister and Leader of the Labour Party.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, conference. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for that introduction. That was really fantastic. You've broken through to university, but you stood on this stage, age 21, to do something you've never done before, and not an easy thing to do. That was fantastic. And thank you, conference. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, conference, for everything you have done to fulfill the basic duty of our party, our Clause 1, so we can return this great nation to the service of working people. Thank you, conference. People said we couldn't do it, but we did, and we did it together. And look at this now, a record-breaking conference, the biggest attendance ever in our history. And such a far cry from my first conference speech to a live audience of one. The cameraman, socially distanced in an arts centre in Doncaster. Remember that? Don't worry, most people don't. Not even the cameraman. But I bet you do remember the one the year later conference in Brighton, 3 years ago. The turning of the tide, the fight for the heart and soul of this party. People said we were going too far. People said we were going too fast. They didn't want to face the country. They wanted to go back to a comfort zone, take the easier road to nowhere, duck the challenge of change. But we stood firm, conference. We stood together, conference, and we won. So take pride in your victory. Take pride that Labour won in every single region in England. Take pride that Labour won in Wales. Take pride that Labour won in Scotland. But never forget that this opportunity is only here because we changed the party. Country first, party second, that isn't a slogan. It's the foundation of this project, a pact with working people we must fulfill to retain the privilege of serving their interests on economic stability, national security, wealth creation, protecting our borders, rooting out anti-Semitism, standing with NATO and Ukraine. The changes we made are permanent, irreversible. And the work of service never stops. Country first, party second. But conference, for many people in this city, the speech they may remember was the one here 2 years ago. Because that's when I promised, on this stage, that if I ever had the privilege to serve our country as Prime Minister, one of my first acts would be to bring in a Hillsborough law, a duty of candour. A law for Liverpool, a law for the 97, a law that people shouldn't have had to fight so hard to get, that will be delivered by this Labour government. It's also a law for the sub-postmasters in the Horizon scandal, the victims of infected blood, Windrush, Grenfell Tower, and all the countless injustices over the years suffered by working people at the hands of those who were supposed to serve them, truth and justice concealed behind the closed ranks of the state. And Conference, this is the meaning of Clause 1. Because today I can confirm that the duty of candour will apply to public authorities and public servants. The bill will include criminal sanctions, and that the Hillsborough law will be introduced to Parliament before the next anniversary in April. It's work that shows how a government of service must act in everything it does. Our driving purpose, to show to the working people of this country that politics can be a force for good. Politics can be on the side of truth and justice. Politics can secure a better life for your family through the steady but uncompromising work of service. Because service is the responsibility and opportunity of power, the precondition for hope, the bond of respect that can unite a country, bind us to the politics of national renewal. Service doesn't mean we'll get everything right. It doesn't mean everyone will agree. But it does mean we understand that every decision we take together, and that it is our duty to the British people to face up to necessary decisions in their interests. And I mean, Conference, you know me by now. So you know all those shouts and bellows, the bad faith advice from people who still hanker for the politics of noisy performance, the weak and cowardly fantasy of populism. It's water off a duck's back. Mere glitter on a shirt cuff. It's never distracted me before, and it won't distract me now. This is a long-term project. I've never pretended otherwise. But Conference, make no mistake. The work of change has begun. The patient, calm, determined era of politics as service has begun. Planning reformed, doctors back in theatre, new solar projects, new offshore wind projects, the onshore ban lifted, Great British Energy launched, one-word Ofsted judgments ended, a border security command, a national wealth fund, getting Britain building again, the Renters Reform Bill, stopping no-fault evictions, and the Railway Services Bill, bringing railways back into public ownership. And we're only just getting started. A crackdown on knife crime, a real living wage, a modern industrial strategy, a 10-year plan for our NHS, devolution to our nation's regions and cities, the biggest levelling up of workers' rights in a generation, more teachers, more neighbourhood police, more operations, rebuilding our public services. Change has begun. And every single one a necessary step on a longer journey. 5 national missions that will deliver the higher growth, the safer streets, the cleaner energy, the greater opportunities, the healthier society that I know the British people want and need, the mandate that we won. But also something even more precious. our economy stabilised, the foundations of this country fixed, Tory rot cleared away, so brick by brick, we can build a new home, a better home, built to last, built with pride, but above all built together, a nation rebalanced so that it once again serves the interests of working people. And through the power unleashed by that process, a renewal of who we are, a country that gives equal voice to every person, a country that won't expect you to change who you are just to get on, a country that doesn't just work for you and your family, but one that recognises you, that sees you and respects you as part of our story, a Britain that belongs to you. Because make no mistake, that is the Britain we are building. Change isn't a few lines on a graph moving in the right direction. Change isn't a good Labour policy or two delivered, while the broader settlement remains untouched. No, change must mean nothing less than national renewal. Not a return to the old ways, nor a new path entirely, but a rediscovery in the full glare of the future of who we are. The trouble is, conference, just as we found with the Labour Party 4 years ago, Britain is no longer sure of itself. Our story is uncertain. The hope beaten out of us. There's pride, of course there is. Pride in our communities, especially. And there's respect too, all around the world. Trust me, nobody anywhere doubts that this is a great nation, a nation known for our creativity, our artistic skill, our scientific genius, and of course, our pragmatism. Quality that, combined with the industry and pride of working people, have not just rewritten our own story, but also that of the world. We could do that again. In fact, we must. Technology, climate change, the ageing population, the movement of people. This is a time when great forces demand a decisive government prepared to face the future. We can see that again in the Middle East today. So I call again for restraint and de-escalation at the border between Lebanon and Israel. Again, all parties to pull back from the brink. I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the return of the sausages, the hostages, and a recommitment to the two-state solution. A recognised Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. And that's the message I will take to the UN General Assembly when I travel there later today. Alongside our steadfast support for Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. And in this uncertain world, I also pay tribute to our armed forces for all they do to keep Britain safe. But conference, strength in this dangerous world depends on strength at home. And yet look at our country. Look at our country. Do you see a Britain where people feel, with the certainty that they deserve, that the future will be better for their children? Because when I was growing up, that's what we believed. People of a completely ordinary working-class background like mine, we took it for granted. We built our lives around it. But that is not the country we inherited in July. That confidence, that certainty, it's brittle and fragile. And so we have to restore it. That is the mandate we won, the meaning of change. And it all comes back to that question. Can politics be a force for good in people's lives? There's no time to waste wondering why people think politics has failed. We have to show what it can do for their lives. Restore, after 14 years of chaos, faith in the values that have always guided this nation. The stability, moderation, the common sense, keeping a cool head, staying the course, facing the future, the defiance of ambition, the determination of service, and above all, our faith, no matter the challenge, in practical solutions that work, not the easy answers that may well move a crowd, but do not move a nation forward. No conference. We know that way lies ruin. We've seen it in our party, and we changed it. And for 14 years, against our country's best traditions, we've seen it in Britain. And now we must change that too. We must build a new Britain, built from that age-old spirit of creativity and enterprise, the pride and ambition of working people, that when matched by a government of service, a decisive government, a government prepared to use its powers for justice, opportunity, and equal respect, can deliver a Britain that belongs to you. A Britain that belongs to you because politics sees public service as a privilege, not privilege as an entitlement to public service. A Britain that belongs to you because government is mission-driven and serious, clear, measurable targets, progress displayed publicly, so every single person in this country can judge our performance on actions, not words. A Britain that belongs to you because we maintain our focus at all times on fixing those foundations for working people, those 5 national missions, providing the security and control they need, but also protecting us from the whims of Westminster, making sure that we don't get blown off course. And a Britain that belongs to you because we came together, and together we built it, because this has to be a partnership. We won't achieve our missions alone. I understand the power and responsibility of government, the way it can make or break a life. When you're chief prosecutor, when you look into the eyes of victims who've lost everything, parents whose daughter was raped and murdered, as I did with Penny and John, trust me, you learn about what government can and must do. And I also know from the campaigners who have inspired me, Pooja and Nikita Kanda, Figan Murray, people who fight tirelessly against murder and terrorism so no other family will suffer their awful pain. Nathaniel Dye, who fights for a better NHS so no other person will suffer his fatal late cancer diagnosis. The families and survivors of Grenfell Tower, whose dignity for 7 years held up a mirror to this nation and asked us, do we really give everyone an equal voice? They have all shown that the difference between service and government, true service, is that service must listen to people far beyond the walls of the state and empower them to make our country better. Because trust me, that is without question the quickest way to clear away the Tory rot and build that Britain that belongs to you. And so change begins because there is another injustice hiding in plain sight in our streets, in every town and city in this country. People who were prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, who put their lives on the line to protect all of us, but who will not have a safe place to sleep tonight. We cannot stand by and let this happen anymore. So today I can announce that this government will respect that service. We will repay those who served us and house all veterans in housing need. Homes will be there for heroes. Thank you. And because we've started the hard yards of planning reform, because we're facing up to decisions ignored for years, because we're introducing new planning passports that will turbocharge house building in our inner cities, we can make the very same promise to other people at risk of homelessness. Young care leavers, victims of domestic abuse. They will have the security they deserve. They will have a roof over their head because Britain belongs to them. And another thing, conference, another promise kept. We said GB Energy, our publicly owned national champion, the vehicle that will drive forward our mission on clean energy, we said it belonged in Scotland. And it does. But the truth is, it could only really ever be based in one place in Scotland. So today I can confirm that the future of British energy will be powered, as it has been for decades, by the talent and skills of the working people in the Granite City, with GB Energy based in Aberdeen. This is how the work of change happens. A decisive mission-led government moving our country forward step by step, focused on a long-term plan. That first, we stabilise our economy. Second, we fix the foundation. And third, we build with pride and determination a Britain that belongs to you. But it will be hard. That's not rhetoric. It's reality. It's not just that financial black hole, the £22 billion of unfunded spending commitments, concealed from our country by the Tories. It's not just the societal black hole, our public services decimated, communities held together with little more than goodwill. It's also the political black hole, because the politics of national renewal, they're collective. They involve a shared struggle, a project that says to everyone, this will be tough in the short term, but in the long term, it's the right thing to do for our country, and we all benefit from that. To coin a phrase, we're all in it together. But that's just it, isn't it? People have heard it all before, and they listened. I ran a public service in the early days of austerity. People did everything asked of them to find a way forward. They did it in the pandemic as well. Saved the lives of people they will never meet. all while their government broke the very rules that they followed. And so people ask us now, as we seek patience in pursuit of national renewal, what will we get to show for it? I understand that. After all, what they're used to is a lie, an act, a charade, a performance. You may call it populism. Many people do. But I prefer to call it the politics of easy answers, because at its core, that's what it is. A deliberate refusal to countenance tough decisions, because the political pain is just too much. Party first, country second. Take Rwanda, a policy they knew from the beginning would never work, was never supposed to work. £700 million of your money frittered away on something that was never a credible option, because politically it was an easier answer. And just look at the difference you can make if you bring the curtain down on the show. A 23% increase in returns of people who have no right to be here compared with last summer. But it's not just Rwanda. It was the same story on everything. Energy security, the housing crisis, telling people they're tough on crime without building enough prison places. 14 years of performance, 14 years of exploiting problems, not solving them, mining the pits of division, searching them for conflict, fixing your attention on those issues, not on growth, technology, climate change, public services, the ageing population, the cost of living crisis, or any of the challenges that this country desperately needed to face up to. Those challenges are still here, Conference, and we are facing up to them. But do not forget what they did, and do not let them attempt to shift the blame, because the state of our country is on them. Why must we release prisoners early? Because the Tories served themselves. Why are our public services on their knees? Because the Tories served themselves. Why is crime routinely unpunished? Our rivers polluted, borders insecure, school roofs crumbling, child poverty rampant. Nothing seems to work. Our public finances broken. Because for 14 years, the Tories performed the politics of easy answers, rather than use the power of government to serve our country. Yet still those wounds of trust must be healed. Still that question calls to us. What will we get to show for it? Show for it. So let me answer that directly and address anyone nervous about the difficult road ahead. Because I know this country is exhausted by and with politics. I know that the cost of living crisis drew a veil over the joy and wonder in our lives, and that people want respite and relief, may even have voted Labour for that reason. So first, let me be clear. Our project has not and never will change. I changed the Labour Party to restore it to the service of working people, and that is exactly what we will do for Britain. But I will not do it with easy answers. I will not do it with false hope. Not now, not ever. That's how we got here in the first place. So I know, after everything you've been through, how hard it is to hear a politician ask for more. But deep down, I think you also know that our country does need a long-term plan and that we can't turn back. The state of our country is real. However, I would also say this. This is a government of service, and that means whether we agree or not, I will always treat you with the respect of candour, not the distraction of bluster. And the truth is that if we take tough, long-term decisions now, if we stick to the driving purpose behind everything we do, higher economic growth, so living standards rise in every community, our NHS facing the future, waiting lists at your hospital down, safer streets in your community, stronger borders, more opportunities for your children, clean British energy powering your home, then that light at the end of this tunnel, that Britain that belongs to you, we get there much more quickly. And look, I understand that many of the decisions we must take will be unpopular. If they were popular, they'd be easy. But the cost of filling that black hole in our public finances, that will be shared fairly. We will get the welfare build out because we will tackle long-term sickness and support people back to work. We will make every penny work for you because we will root out waste and go over tax avoiders. There will be no stone left unturned, no innovation ignored, no return to Tory austerity. We will rebuild our public service, protect working people, and do this in a Labour way, and that is a promise. And if you can't take that on faith, perhaps because you're concerned about the winter fuel allowance, then I get that. As I say, if this path were popular or easy, we'd have walked it already. But the risk of showing to the world, as the Tories did, that this country does not fund its policies properly, that is a risk we can never take again. Stabilising our economy is the first step of this long-term plan. The only way we keep prices down, cut NHS waiting lists, and secure the triple lock so that every pensioner in this country, every pensioner, will be better off with Labour. But more broadly, I also say this, that as we take on those massive challenges the Tories ignored, the time is long overdue for politicians to level with you about the trade-offs this country faces. Because if the last few years have shown us anything, it's that if you bury your head because things are difficult, your country goes backwards. So if we want justice to be served, some communities must live close to new prisons. If we want to maintain support for the welfare state, then we will legislate to stop benefit fraud, do everything we can to tackle worklessness. If we want cheaper electricity, we need new pylons overground. Otherwise, the burden on taxpayers is too much. If we want home ownership to be a credible aspiration for our children, then every community has a duty to contribute to that purpose. If we want to tackle illegal migration seriously, we can't pretend that there's a magical process that allows you to return people here unlawfully without accepting that process will also grant some people asylum. And if we're serious about levelling up, then we must be proud to be the party of wealth creation, unashamed to partner with the private sector, and perhaps most importantly, that just because we all want low tax and good public services, that does not mean that the iron law of properly funding policies can be ignored. Because it can't. We've seen the damage that that does. And I will not let that happen again. I will not let Tory economic recklessness hold back the working people of this country. And let me tell you something else I won't let happen. I will never let a minority of violent, racist thugs terrorise our communities. Thank you. Thank you. Look, I have always accepted that concerns about immigration are legitimate. It is, as point of fact, the policy of this government to reduce both net migration and our economic dependency upon it. I have never thought we should be relaxed about some sectors importing labour, when there are millions of young people, ambitious and highly talented, who are desperate to work and contribute to their community. And trust me, there are plenty of examples of apprenticeship starts going down at the very same time that visa application for the same skills are going up. So we will get tough on this. But at the same time, we'll also get our skills system right. We've got to give businesses more flexibility to adapt to real training needs, and also unlock the pride, the ambition, the pull of the badge on the shirt that young people feel when building a future not just for themselves, but for their community. So we will introduce new foundation apprenticeships, rebalance funding in our training system back to young people, align that with what businesses really need. The first step to a youth guarantee that will eradicate inactivity and unemployment for our young people once and for all. But conference, whatever anyone thinks about immigration, I will never accept the argument, made not just by the usual suspects, but by people who should have known better, who said that millions of people concerned about immigration are one and the same thing as the people who smashed up businesses, who targeted mosques, attempted to burn refugees, scrawled racist graffiti over walls, Nazi salutes at the cenotaph, attacked NHS nurses, and told people with different coloured skin, people who contribute here, people who grew up here, that they should go home. No. No. No conference. No conference. People concerned about immigration were not doing that because they understand that this country, this democratic country, is built on the rule of law, the ballot box, the common understanding that we debate our differences, we do not settle them with violent thuggery, and racism is vile. And conference, so to those who equivocate about this, I simply say the country sees you and it rejects you. And to those who say that the only way to love your country is to hate your neighbour because they look different, I say not only do we reject you, we know that you will never win, because the British values we stand for, not just the rule of law, but a love for this country and our neighbours, the respect for difference under the same flag that is stronger than bricks, and you know it. It's what you cannot stand about our country, our reasonable, tolerant country, but it's absolutely who we are. No conference. The debate is not about the worth of migrants. That is toxic, and we must move beyond it. It's about control of migration. It's always been about control. That is what people have voted for time and again. And look, they weren't just ignored after Brexit. The Tories gave them the exact opposite. An immigration system deliberately reformed to reduce control. Because in the end, they are the party of the uncontrolled market. Now, don't get me wrong. Markets are dynamic. Competition is a vital life force in our economy. This is a Labour Party proud to say that. We work hand in hand with business. But markets don't give you control. That's almost literally their point. So if you want a country with more control, if you want the great forces that affect your community to be better managed, whether that's migration, climate change, law and order, or security at work, then that does mean more decisive government. And that is a Labour government. Taking back control is a Labour argument. It's why I say we're rebalancing our country to serve working people, because this is a question of balance. We can't afford any more polluted rivers. We can't afford any more COVID contracts. We can't afford any more Grenfell towers. We have to become serious and mission-led, have to put respect and service deep in the bones of our institutions. That's not a debate about investment or reform. It's always been both. But again, I have to warn you, working people do want a more decisive government. They do want us to rebuild our public services. And they do want that to lead to more control in their lives. But their pockets are not deep. Not at all. So we have to be a great reforming government. Our NHS reformed, so patients have more control over their health. Our energy system reformed, so our country has more control over its security. Police and justice reformed, so communities have more control of their street. Education reformed, so children have more control of their future. And our economy reformed, with the unique force that is economic growth, giving every community the breathing space, the calm, the control, to focus on the little things they love in life, not the anxiety and insecurity we have now. Because we do need joy. We do need that in our lives. And one place that has always done that for me, conference, I told you about it last year. It's the Lake District. A place that my mum loved, not just because what it meant to her determination to show that she could walk in a place like that, but because of the beauty everywhere. And last year, I took my family to the old cottage where we used to stay as children in the Lake District. We walked up to the cottage, stood outside. It must have looked a little odd. And the couple who live there now, they came out. They were lovely. And when we told them why we were there, they said, well, come inside. Go upstairs, take a walk down memory lane. So we did. Came back outside. We were chatting. And then the woman stopped suddenly and said, someone's nicking your car. And I said, no, that's the police moving the car. And that really confused her. Anyway, at this point, her husband comes in and he says, you haven't clocked, have you? He's the leader of the opposition, a politician. And she stopped, smiled, laughed, and said politely, if I'd known you were a politician, I'd have pushed you down the stairs when I had the chance. The beauty of the Lake District and the heart of the British people in a nutshell. But seriously, when you're walking around in a place like the Langdale Valley, when you can see the grass there every bit as green as it was 14 years ago, it's a reminder and an inspiration that yes, things change, and some things need to change, but some things do not. And the joy and wonder of our nation, the spirit of its people, the cleaners, the drivers, small business owners, teachers, teaching assistants, the people who came out and cleaned the streets, the brickies who rebuilt the broken walls in Southport, the backbone of this country, they are just as resilient as they were 14 years ago. And no matter what loudmouths say on social media, their values are the same. So we will turn our collar up and face the storm. We will rise above the challenges that we've inherited. Because this is a country with fairness in the water, that believes in justice, and that wants working people to be respected. And also for opportunities to be there for your children. Because conference, one of the other things that gave me great joy as a kid, as well as the football, obviously, was the flute. Don't think you're expecting that, were you? But seriously, the flute gave me so many opportunities. My first ever trip abroad was to Malta with the Croydon Youth Philharmonic Orchestra. And I'm sure everyone here will know the feeling of being drawn in by music, getting lost in something bigger than yourself, or being moved by a book, a painting, a play. Even now, I turn to Beethoven or Brahms in those moments when, how to put it, the reviews aren't so good. I've got Shostakovich lined up for tomorrow. But these early encounters with art and culture, they change us forever. And we are brilliant at them in this country, brilliant. But those opportunities don't go to every child, do they? My brother, who had difficulties learning, he didn't get those opportunities. Every time I achieved something in my life, my dad used to say to me, your brother has achieved just as much as you, Keir. And he was right. I still believe that. But this is what we do in this country, isn't it? We elevate the stories of the individuals who go to the Guildhall School of Music, the Prime Minister from a pebble-dash semi, the working class few who do break through the class ceiling. I don't blame anyone for that. I am guilty of it. It gives hope to people. It's important to tell those stories. But it's not everyone, is it? And we must remember everyone, conference, because everyone deserves the chance to be touched by art. Everyone deserves access to moments that light up their lives. And every child deserves the chance to study the creative subjects that widen their horizons, provide skills employers do value, and prepares them for the future, the jobs and the world that they will inherit. But more than that, every child, every person deserves to be respected for the contribution they make. My sister was a I think this guy's obviously got a pass from the 2019 conference. We changed the party. While he's been protesting, we've been changing the party. That's why we've got a Labour government. The conference. The point I was making is this: every child, every person deserves to be respected for the contribution they make. My sister was a care worker in the pandemic. She is still a care worker. Work that surely by now we know is so important for the future of this country. So wouldn't it be great, So conference, wouldn't it be great if this was always and also a country where, because of that contribution, that vital life-affirming work, she could walk into any room and instantly command the same respect as the Prime Minister? Because those are my values, that is what I believe, and those are the values of the Britain that we will build. What will people get to show for it? They will get a country with its future back, renewed by respect and service, rebalanced towards the interests of working people, confident in its values and story, because together we took action. Millions who feel better off, without just being told they're better off by politicians, going to the supermarket without a calculator, because the nation's numbers now add up. More money in their pocket to do the things they love. More faith in their public services, because once again, Labour rebuilt them. An NHS facing the future. More security and dignity at work. Town centres thriving. Streets safe. Borders controlled at last. Clean energy harnessed for national renewal. New homes, new towns, new hospitals, roads and schools. A new future for our children. That is what people will get, and mark my words, we will deliver it. People said we couldn't change the party, but we did. People said we wouldn't win across Britain, but we did. People say we can't deliver national renewal, but we can and we will. We will stabilise our economy, clear out the Tory rot, fix the foundation and deliver the mandate of change. A Britain built to last, built with respect, built with pride, because together we have shown that Britain belongs to you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Thank you, conference. you. Thank you, Conference.
conference, please welcome Gurinder Singh Jazan and the Platform Party.
Thank you, Conference. So wasn't that an amazing speech from our Prime Minister? We're now going to kick off our Fixing the Foundations debate with a speech from the brilliant Shabana Mahmood. Shabana's been a stalwart of the Labour movement for a number of years, and I've known her as long as I've been on the National Executive Committee, and yesterday she was elected Vice Chair of the NEC. And a lot of the change that Keir spoke about earlier today, Shabana played a big role in that, in the Labour Party. So it's also important that we, after the years of Tory rule, that this Labour government now rebuilt the institutions of state. Years of negligence and cronyism from a Conservative government have left us needing to fix the very foundations of how government and the state works. Nowhere is this more stark and nowhere is it more important than in our justice system. And I can think of no better person than Shabana to start that rebuild. So, Conference, please welcome Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice, Shabana Mahmood.
Thank you so much, Conference. More years ago than I am going to admit, there was a small girl in Small Heath working behind the till in her parents' corner shop. Inspired by reruns of Kavanagh QC, she fell in love with an idea and an ideal: justice. The idea that all, wherever they are born and whoever too, are equal before the law. The idea that wrongs can and will be righted. And the belief that, in a court of law, the truth will always win out. It was no surprise to my parents when I became a lawyer, but I don't think even they believed I would become Lord Chancellor. Responsible for upholding our most ancient and enduring value, the rule of law. An office nearly 1,000 years old, now held by someone whose parents arrived in this country just a few decades ago. It is the greatest honour of my life to hold this ancient role and to serve alongside my extraordinary ministerial team, James, Heidi, Alex, Nick and Fred. Thank you. Conference, when I first stepped into the Ministry of Justice, I encountered a situation far from the ideal that I have cherished all my life. Within minutes, I was told our justice system was on the point of collapse. Within weeks, our prisons would overflow. Had that happened, the consequences would have been apocalyptic. Courts forced to cancel trials, police unable to make arrests, criminals who would never see the inside of a cell, and victims who would never see justice done. We would, in short, have seen the total breakdown of law and order. Justice demands that crimes are met by punishment. And the last government put that basic principle at risk. Rather than having the bravery to act to ensure that justice could always be done in this country, Rishi Sunak called an election instead, putting his party's interest ahead of public safety. There is a good reason I consider him and those around him the guilty men. Faced by the imminent collapse of our justice system, I had no choice. In the opening days of this government, I was forced to take immediate action to address the crisis in our prisons. We were forced to release some offenders a few weeks or months early. But let me be clear, this is no get-out-of-jail-free card. Those who are released face strict licence conditions, and if they don't meet them, they will feel the grip of a hand on their collar and they will be sent back to jail. Now, I did not want to release anyone early, but the last government left us with no choice. By the time this measure took effect, we were just one bad day from disaster. But I did not become Lord Chancellor because I thought that rescue alone is enough. I believe that our justice system needs reform. And I believe that reform is most urgently needed when we consider the plight of women. Conference, the law has taken too long to address the realities of women's lives. Written mostly by men, the male experience is its default setting. And today, the law is still getting to grips with the reality of violence against women and girls. Consider, for instance, that 60% of victims drop out of rape cases before they go to trial. And consider why. It is vital to the pursuit of justice that both sides, both prosecution and defence, can build their case. And to do so requires collecting evidence. But the evidence demanded of victims too often goes too far. Full counselling records are still being asked for when they are not necessary. Phone records and message transcripts are being disclosed for no good reason. And requests like these should only be made when they are relevant to the case. And when that test is not met, but this disclosure is still demanded, a victim's experience becomes even more traumatic. Embarrassing victims like this discourages them from going to trial. The problem is not that victims don't have rights. Instead, until now, no part of the system has been dedicated to upholding those rights. In Northumbria, back in 2018, a radical new model evolved, developed by one pioneering Labour woman, Dame Vera Baird, KC, who's here with us today, and delivered by another, Kim McGuinness. They both introduced a historic innovation into our legal system, independent legal advocates, who ensured that victims' interests were represented without fear or favour, just like a defendant's. For the first time, victims were able to seek counsel from lawyers who were there for them and them alone. They ensured that victims of rape knew their rights and could challenge decisions that they believed were wrong. And in Northumbria, 2 out of 3 challenges to a request for victims' data were successful. The number of indiscriminate requests reduced dramatically, and the efficiency of trials improved as well. So today, I can proudly announce that from next year, this government will begin a national rollout of independent legal advocates. This is the first step to delivering our manifesto promise of independent advocates for rape victims in every part of the country. They do not undermine the right to a fair trial. They do not prevent evidence from coming to light. They simply take the rights that victims already have and they make them a reality. And by so doing, they rebalance the scales of justice. Conference, the iniquities that women face in our justice system do not end in our courts. They extend to our prisons too. It is a truth too rarely acknowledged that most women in prison are victims themselves. Over half, 3 in 5, are victims of domestic abuse. Now, there will always be women imprisoned for the protection of the public. That will never change. But we imprison women on minor charges to a far greater degree than men. Around 2/3 did not commit a violent crime, yet they are sent to prisons that are desperate places. Self-harm in women's prisons is 8 times higher than in the male estate. But perhaps worst of all, women's prisons are hurting mothers and they are breaking homes. With only a few women's prisons dotted across the country, women are often held far from their families. Over half are mothers. The damage passes down generations, with 3/4 of children leaving the family home when their mother is sent to jail. And some women enter prison pregnant, with around 50 children a year starting their lives in prison. And tragically, that has seen cases of women losing their babies in childbirth. Now, Conference, let me be clear. Nobody wants to live in a world in which children are born in prison. But that is the world that we live in. And for all that harm, what do we get? For women, prison isn't working. Rather than encouraging rehabilitation, prison forces women into a life of crime. After leaving a short custodial sentence, a woman is significantly more likely to commit a further crime than one given a non-custodial sentence. And the shameful fact is, we have known this for 2 decades. In 2007, Baroness Jean Corsten, another pioneering Labour woman, undertook a landmark review. It was clear then, and it is clear now, that if we change how we treat women in prison, we cut crime, we keep families together, and we end the harm that passes from one generation to the next. And for that reason, I am today announcing that this government will launch a new body, the Women's Justice Board. Its goal will be clear: to reduce the number of women going into prison, with the ultimate ambition of having fewer women's prisons. In spring next year, it will publish a new strategy focused on 3 things. Firstly, how we intervene earlier, looking at how to resolve cases before they go to court. Secondly, how we make community support, such as residential women's centres, a viable alternative to prison. And thirdly, how we address the acute challenge of young women in custody, who are less than 1/10 of the prison population, but who account for over 1/3 of all of the self-harm. As part of this work, we will embrace the expertise of the voluntary sector. We won't just invite them in to join us, we will ask them to report on our progress publicly, holding us to account. We will reverse the failures of the Tory government, who promised to deliver on Jean Corsten's work, but they squandered their time, leaving office with the number of women in prison rising again. The cost to those women, so often victims, to the children who depend upon them, and to society when they are drawn deeper into a life of crime, is far too great. It is high time we stop sending so many women to prison. Conference, the ideal of justice has guided me throughout my life. But it wasn't until the 5th of July that I realised how far we had fallen from it. Justice isn't just a department of state. It is an ideal, a set of values, essential rights hard-won over centuries. In the last 14 years, the Tories eroded the public's confidence in that ideal. They devalued our justice system. And then the guilty men in the last government brought us to the point of disaster. The so-called party of law and order offered, as their parting gift, the prospect of lawless disorder. We took immediate action. We will continue to do whatever it takes to rescue our justice system. But this Labour Party and this Labour government does not exist only to clean up the Tories' mess. We know our justice system can and must be better. I will not tolerate a world in which women drop charges because they are forced to comply with unnecessary demands that serve only to extend their trauma. And I will not tolerate a world in which we lock up women who are not violent and destroy the lives of their innocent children as a result. Just because this is how things have been done does not mean they must always be done this way. I will reform our justice system wherever it falls short of that ideal. Change won't happen immediately. The crisis we have inherited is deep, and there are more difficult days ahead of us. But change is beginning. Thank you, Conference.
Well, thank you, Sabana, for another fantastic speech today. And I'm sure you'll agree with me, the government of our country is in really good hands. So, Conference, we will now move to the motions. However, I've first got a statement from Wellingborough CLP. Now, Wellingborough CLP were due to move the Border Security Command composite. So their statement is as follows. Following on from the Home Secretary's exceptional speech this morning, it is clear that the government is already implementing the contents of our motion. As the contents are already party policy agreed in our manifesto, we are prepared to withdraw it to allow the conference to continue with other debates. So that motion is therefore withdrawn. So we will move on to the other motions. So for composite 9, crime mission, can I have the mover and the seconder? Mover from Norwich North CLP and the seconder from St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire CLP. If you make sure you head to the desk at the front first. And following that, we'll be moving on to moving and seconder of composite 10, which is making work pay for public services, moved by Unison, well, two composite 1, moved by Unison and seconded by GMB. So if they can also stay ready.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm Councillor Martin Booth from Norwich North CLP, a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker. Very common that now, isn't it? I put forward this motion because of an experience I had with our newly elected Labour MP, the excellent Alice MacDonald, in a local co-op. What we found out was dreadful. Shoplifters were coming in, filling carrier bags with booze, and taking packs of steak and then walking out completely ignoring the staff. In fact, staff had stopped putting out more than 1 or 2 packs of steak at a time. The store had plenty of working CCTV, but the criminals literally just smiled into the cameras, whereas in the past they would have hidden their heads as they went in, but not anymore, completely brazen. Calls to the police went unanswered, and the staff were advised, perfectly sensibly, not to intervene for their own safety. In fact, Alice and I took Yvette Cooper to this shop when she visited Norwich to help Alice's campaign. It was so bad. And this is in an area of supposed low crime. The criminals knew they could get away with it, but they stole for profit anyway. This is the reality of what the Tories have left us. Something has got to be done. Now, this motion is pretty self-explanatory and supports our crime mission, but I will highlight just a few points. The shoplifting section speaks for itself. PCSOs were a brilliant policy of the last Labour government. Their presence on the streets and local knowledge was invaluable, but the Tories cut their funding. We must bring them back. Public drunkenness and drug taking can blight town centres, so respect orders will help to solve the problem. But to my mind, the last section of the motion is the most important. Prevention is not only better in the long run, but cheaper than cure. Something the Tories never seem to understand, whether in government or in local government. So a new Young Futures programme with hubs in every community is an absolute no-brainer. Tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime, is as relevant today as it was in the 1990s. Getting to young people before they get involved in criminal behaviour just makes sense. So, Conference, I ask you to vote for the crime mission and let's start delivering the change our country needs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Jansef Jamal and I'm from St Neots and Mid Cambridgeshire CLP, and I would like to second this motion. I want to remind delegates of the vision that the Labour Party set out for policing and criminal justice in our manifesto. When you call the police, they should come. When you report a crime, it should be properly investigated, no matter who you are or where you live. And yet the latest data from the Crime Survey for England and Wales shows that 35%, more than 1 in 3 people, have experienced or witnessed some type of antisocial behaviour. The impact of antisocial behaviour can be many and varied. Victims describe feeling anxious, scared, unable to sleep, and often a general sense of hopelessness that their situation will never end. And yet antisocial behaviour is often seen as a low-level crime, and not a priority for a police force starved of resources after 14 years of Tory failure. At the same time, trust in police officers is falling. So many of our public services and institutions feel like they are on their knees, and once again, it's down to Labour to fix the Conservatives' mess. Conference, we've done it before, and we'll do it again. This motion does so much. Increasing the number of police and PCSOs, introducing respect orders, forcing fly tippers and vandals to clean up their mess. I've been a proud member of the Labour Party for almost 30 years. I've also been a long-time proud member of our sister party, the Co-op Party, and I'm delighted to see that this motion includes honouring the Co-op's campaign to introduce a specific offence for assaulting shop workers. Crucially, this motion supports bringing in a victims, courts and public protection bill showing that victims will finally get the support they deserve and that the police will have the resources they need to do the job we expect from them. Conference, I urge you to support the motion.
Now we move to composite 10, making work pay for public services. Composite 1, moved by Unison, seconded by GMB. And then can I have the mover and seconder of the Women's Health motion, which will be moved by Cities of London and Westminster CLP, and Norwich South CLP to second. Can they also stay ready, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, Linda Hobson, moving the composite on behalf of my union, Unison. And Conference, what an absolute pleasure it is to be here in Liverpool with a new government in power, a new Labour government. After 14 long years of Tory failure, it had begun to feel like we'd never get to celebrate this day, but here we are, and well done to every single one of you who helped make this happen. The politicians, the party members and activists, and yes, us, the trade unions. When it came down to it on 4th of July, the public agreed with us. They agreed that we had to draw a line under the chaos in Downing Street. The pathetic attempts to focus on endless, divisive culture wars and the destruction that had been meted out on our public services. Conference. All of our public services are now confronted with major problems. As a result of Tory austerity, their ideological fixation on privatisation, but arguably no sector has been worse affected than social care, where we have had a toxic combination of years of chronic underfunding, a hugely fragmented system and companies free to bleed services dry in pursuit of endless profits, all of which has left hundreds of thousands of elderly and disabled people unable to access the care they need. Meanwhile, the social care workforce has been decimated. There are more than 130,000 vacancies in the sector. But this should come as no surprise, where we have a quarter of the workforce on 0 hours contracts, where nearly half are paid less than the real living wage. And Conference, too many care workers still don't have access to proper sick pay, something that we saw play out with the terrible consequences during COVID pandemic. So Conference, on the 4th of July, the public voted for change, the change that they found in big Labour manifesto commitments like the New Deal for working people, greater public ownership in energy and transport, and commitments to real action in neglected public services such as social care. As a result, we have the pledge to develop the National Care Service, something that will bring certainty and consistency to a sector that has a precious little of this for far too long. And we also have the commitment to produce a fair pay agreement to be negotiated between unions and employers, setting fair pay terms and conditions for all social care staff, along with training standards, something which has the potential to be an absolute game changer for those working and dependent on the sector. Conference, there is a real consensus across the social care sector that reform has to begin with the workforce. So it is right that the government is prioritising the fair pay agreement. As the Prime Minister has said, this has to be the foundation stone of the National Care Service. So we know that the campaign for this is not over, and we will keep fighting. Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Maxine Butler, GMB and social care worker. Seconded, making work pay for public services, Composite 1. Congress, public services belong to us. They belong with a Labour government. But the Tories left our social care sector in crisis, buckling under the pressure. Before me and my colleagues even start care work, we will have already paid for our own registration, car mileage and DBS checks. Many are only paid the minimum wage and forced to go into work sick, thanks to pitiful statutory sick pay. And on top of that, the attacks and abuse, physical and verbal. There's just not enough of us to safely look after vulnerable people. We are just expected to get on with it, like I was when my cheekbone was broken by a service user. My husband said, "Just leave, who goes to work to get bashed?" But I stayed. I stayed because me and my colleagues believe in what we do. We were called heroes by the Tory government for putting our lives at risk working in the pandemic, but nothing changed. Labour can now bring that change by getting on with its commitment to a fair pay agreement in social care and a national care service, so that we can have a real voice in our sector, so that we can negotiate better conditions and rise beyond poverty pay rates, take time off work when we're sick and finally feel valued and respected. Because any credible plan for the future of social care must give proper pay, terms and conditions to the staff who do the work. Conference, please support this motion. I second.
We now move to the Women's Conference motion on women's health, which will be moved by Cities of London and Westminster CLP and seconded by Norwich South CLP.
Conference. My name is Asla Atay, and I'm a first-time delegate from the Cities of London and Westminster. On Saturday, we discussed many topics important to women. I am really honored that this motion was selected for discussion today in the main conference, especially because I'm going through a special time in my own life, as I'm pregnant with my first baby. So, I'm definitely very fortunate to have had a positive experience so far, thanks to the NHS, but I'm aware that many women aren't as lucky as I am. It's especially troubling that healthcare shortcomings disproportionately affect the people who are the most disadvantaged, whether it is based on their location, postcode, or their background. Shockingly, Black women are 4 times more likely to die from causes related to childbirth than white women, and Asian women face twice the risk. These statistics are not just alarming, they are also unacceptable. Beyond these systemic failures, women are still subjected to distressing experiences, like having to walk past anti-abortion protesters, a stark reminder that we still need a long way to go. But I'm glad that under the Labour government, this violation of women's rights to safe and respectful healthcare will finally end. These disparities aren't only limited to maternity care. Every day, countless women lack adequate support, whether it's for their mental health, getting a timely cancer diagnosis, or workplace accommodations. Take menopause, for instance, which affects half of the population at some point in their lives, but still remains widely misunderstood. Given these significant disparities, it's encouraging to see that Labour Party is taking proactive steps to achieve greater health equality across the country. The Employment Rights Bill will directly address some of the key workplace issues, strengthen protections for mothers, and mandate large employers to have support plans for menopause. These are all great initiatives, and they're all welcome. But we also need targeted and tailored support to achieve effective outcomes. Therefore, we urge you to consider the following proposals. Set concrete targets to eliminate the Black maternal mortality gap. Train a new generation of health visitors and midwives to ensure mothers and babies receive the support they need when they need it. And increase NHS capacity by adding 40,000 additional procedures each week, doubling the number of medical scanners. These targeted actions are essential to ensuring that all women and girls have access to adequate physical and mental health care. Thank you for your attention. I hope you support this motion.
Jane Overhill, Norwich South CLP. I've been an active member of the Labour Party for 46 years and I'm a life member of Unison. It's my pleasure to second this motion today on behalf of the Women's Conference. Women may live longer on average than men, but they spend more of their life suffering poor health, which often limits their ability to work and participate in day-to-day activities. There needs to be an expansion of high-quality information and educational resources from childhood to adulthood to make sure that women's health issues are recognised and understood right across the spectrum, from healthcare professionals to workplace managers and HR departments. Training needs to be more cohesive in the way services are provided, making it as simple as possible for women and girls to access the healthcare that they need. All women should have equal access to and experience of high-quality physical and mental health care services, reducing disparities in outcomes. Closing the gender health gap and supporting women and girls to live well will not only benefit the health and well-being of women, but the health of the economy. Please support this motion. Thank you.
So thank you to all the movers and the seconders. I'll now take contribution from the floor. I'll take them in rounds of 4, and when you're indicating, please do stay seated, and don't be waving any props, and don't stand on your seats or anything like that. And we'll try and take people from across the whole conference hall. So I'll go to the delegate there first in the, yeah. Delegate there. Yeah. Delegate on the end there. The delegate at the back there, at the back. Yeah. Thank you, delegate.
Yeah. Chair, conference, Elaine Daly, GMB, speaking in support of Women's Conference motion, Women's Health. GMB women know how differently their health issues are treated, whether it's menopause, pregnancy and maternity, gynecological conditions, cancer diagnosis, women's pain, mental health, or those autoimmune illnesses which disproportionately impact on women. Medical research and treatment is inadequate. There is an epidemic of women who reach menopausal age being pushed out of the workplace as employers refuse to provide necessary support. Lots of employers want to talk about menopause, they hold coffee mornings and put up posters, but when it comes to supporting women in practical ways, they come up short. GMB is negotiating real action with employers, from providing additional uniforms or PPE, supporting shift and role changes, challenging demeaning language, or training managers in how to support staff. Through our Smash the Stigma campaign, GMB reps have been negotiating new menopause policies with practical changes for members. We know that many conditions which disproportionately affect women, like fibromyalgia and ME, need more research and support. But we also need employers to recognise these as legitimate and support those who need adjustments in the workplace. GMB members know that women, and especially women from Black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds, have their ill health and their pain minimised and dismissed. In the most serious of cases, this results in the horrifying statistics of Black women being 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. We need the government to come up with meaningful actions which will deliver the safety of women. Conference, please support this motion. Please support women's health. Thank you. Thank you.
Can speakers please stick to the 2 minutes deadline, because then we can try and get more speakers in. Okay.
Hello, conference. Second time delegate, second time speaker, Councillor Pam Randawa from Sandwell. Proud Unison member. Thank you. I support Women's Conference motion on women's health, and we'll talk about Black and Asian women, as I said before me. Black and Asian women often face significant inequalities during menopause, influenced by their employment, socio-economic status. These women are more likely to hold essential yet undervalued jobs such as healthcare, retail, cleaning services at the front line. These roles often come with high stress, irregular hours, limited access to healthcare benefits, exacerbating menopausal symptoms. Living in economically deprived areas further compounds these challenges. Women in these communities frequently also face further barriers, language and family dynamics. Research, as said, shows that Black women and Asian women are less likely to receive hormone replacement therapy compared to their white counterparts, despite experiencing severe symptoms. Thank you, conference. Please support this motion. Proud member of Jo Cox Women in Leadership Programme, Cohort 6. Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. Manjula Kumari speaking on behalf of more than 1 million Unison women members who work in schools, hospitals, clinics, local government, social care, the police and probation services, energy sector, the third sector and private contractors providing public services. Conference, when you use a public service, Unison women will probably be providing it to you. Unison have taken the menopause seriously, which has resulted in our trained reps negotiating to put the menopause policy within the majority of our workplaces. This has led to trained menopause champions, managers and colleagues having a better understanding of what was once a taboo subject, resulting in women suffering in silence. The menopause policy has enabled staff to ask for suitable uniforms, regular mini breaks and flexible working environment. In conference, we have also raised awareness that Black and Asian women are at a higher risk of their symptoms lasting longer than their white counterparts and being more debilitating to their daily lives. Then we have long COVID, conference, which can heighten our symptoms of menopause, and for some women who have already gone through it, find they're going through it again. Conference, Unison has the knowledge and the expertise in developing what women need in the workplace. We believe that to develop the next generation of midwives, health visitors and many other key roles, the government must work with trade unions such as Unison. And conference, we all know that good public services will only succeed if women working in public services can work in a way that works for them. Go back and do that like what Unison have done for our women members. Thank you.
Conference, Councillor Tracy Millard as the representative, not first-time delegate nor speaker, supporting these motions, especially retail crime. This was a day in my life as a store manager. Regular shoplifter enters the store with an empty rucksack, walks to the household aisle and swipes an arm along the shelf, taking all the stock off into her rucksack.
2 hours later, re-enters with a bag empty and completes the same behaviour but with the cheese aisle. You call 101, no answer. You report this on the website but hear nothing. Call after call, crime after crime going unanswered. This shop was a convenience shop with no more than 3 workers at a time. When finally a local resident witnessed the continual shoplifting, they had direct contact with the police superintendent. I finally got a visit from the officers, handing over 6 different incidences that had happened in a week, 5 of which they recognised, and these individuals were known to police. The shocking fact was that these cases weren't even going to officers. They were being blocked and cancelled at the point of the call made. This isn't right. This isn't a victimless crime. This impacts everyone. Please support.
Hello, conference, Councillor Jade Wood, Stevenage CLP, second-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. So I'm speaking in support of Composite Motion 1, a fair pay deal. In 2017, I became an unpaid carer for my grandma and lived with her full-time. But I was working full-time, so I couldn't give her care 24 hours a day. So she had private carers come in to fill the gap that I couldn't. They not only looked after her personal care that she wasn't comfortable with me doing, but they also provided her friendship at a time that she could have felt very lonely and didn't want to put extra pressure on me. And they were all so lovely, but they were telling me every day that they couldn't afford to support their families anymore because they were on 0-hour contracts and they were being underpaid in not great conditions, and especially during COVID when they were having to put themselves at risk to take care of the vulnerable in our society. It's about time that as a women-led industry particularly, we start valuing these carers and giving them the pay that they deserve. When my grandma was born in 1930, they told her that she would be looked after from the cradle to the grave, but she spent her life savings on that care when she needed it. And the Tory government failed her massively. They didn't look after her from the grave. She spent her life savings on care. And after 4 years of loving her and caring for her, she had to go into full-time care and she died last month. But I wouldn't change it. It was a real privilege to take care of her, and I got a taste of what these carers go through every day. The love, the care, the support that they give. You can't put a price on that. It's about time we paid them fairly, so please, conference, support this motion. Thank you.
Respected friends, colleagues, delegates, my brothers and sisters, I am Councillor Taf Sharif from Staley Bridge and Hyde in Tameside. I speak to the crime motion. I have been a member of our party for over 15 years and a Unison member. However, this is my first time at conference, first time delegate, first-time speaker. I saved it for the best. And what better time than now, when we are in government, after being in opposition for so long. I have been in local government for much of this time as a councillor. I have seen firsthand how the former government have almost destroyed our country, put our local services, like the councils up and down the country, the fire service, the police, the NHS, on its knees. I am a former Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner of Bedfordshire. I am also a Justice of Peace and Magistrate, providing as much justice to our victims as I can in my capacity. What I have seen in my roles is poverty, low aspirations, lack of opportunities, the broken family structures we are seeing in this country that has led to where we are. We, our local government, needs to invest, and I welcome an increase in our PCSOs. They are on the streets. Let's support them. Thank them. I welcome the respect orders. Respect is the most basic thing we can do. Litter and fly tipping has been on the increase. I have seen it firsthand. We need to support this, and we need to support our victims. The police need more resources, and as a government, a Labour government, we must support our justice system, and I would argue also deal with the underlying causes this society faces. I emphasise society. We are all together, and we must ensure our government, our environment is safe. Let us build aspirations for our young people, provide them with the support. Let's start early and push on the early help and preventative agenda. So, my dear friends, delegates, it has been a long few days for us all, but your vote matters. I would urge you to support the Crime Mission motion and allow our people and victims support and keep our country safe. Thank you.
So we'll take the next round of speakers. Okay, the delegate in the middle there. Yeah, delegate right at the back. Right at the back. Delegate in the pink there. Delegate in the front here. How many is that? 4. 1, 2, 4, 6. Yeah.
Don't forget our Bain colleague over there.
Yeah. We're doing more.
Thank you, Chair. John Slinger, proud MP for Rugby, the first Labour MP for Rugby in 19 years. Thank you. Thank you, Conference. I speak to the crime motion. The people I represent understand the importance of our mission to take back our streets and tackle antisocial behaviour. Working people and their families understand the importance of our party through this government turning the page on a disastrous chapter in our nation's fight against crime, when the choices of the last Conservative government left serious violence far too high, growing numbers of young people joining gangs, fewer criminals being caught and punished, and victims all too often let down. This terrible situation didn't happen by accident, but by neglect. The neglect of those who don't believe in the principle of government, even, incredibly, of law and order. In Rugby, I engage with police officers at all levels. I hold community engagement meetings so that people can work together to tackle problems. I also work with our amazing Borough Council-run community wardens. Our government has a plan backed with resources to put thousands of extra police and PCSOs on our streets, to equip them with the powers they need, to tackle the epidemic of serious violence with a greater emphasis on prevention, including, importantly, holding the executives and companies who are cashing in on knife crime to account. And Yvette Cooper and Jess Phillips and the team are focusing rightly on defeating those who harm women and girls. Tackling crime is not inevitable. It needs a party, a government that is rooted in the community and is committed to strengthening the community. An important part of this is giving our police and our criminal justice system the resources that they desperately need. Conference, that's why I urge you to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Conference. Naz Asgar, Erith and Thamesmead CLP, first-time speaker. Proud Labour and Cooperative, Councillor for Plumstead Common. Proud GMB member. Proud Unite member. And proud West Midlander. Speaking in favour of the Crime Mission composite. Antisocial behaviour, fly tipping, vandalism, drug dealing, everyday occurrences in a lot of our communities. But they should never be accepted as just part of the everyday. Let's be clear, these are crimes, a scourge on far too many neighbourhoods across our towns, cities and rural communities. Our young people shouldn't be afraid to walk home from school. Our shop workers shouldn't be afraid of being attacked while on their shift. As a ward councillor, I see how damaging these crimes are, not just to people's surroundings, but damaging to their mental health. So how do we deal with this blight upon people's everyday lives? We fix the foundations. Under Labour's mission to take back our streets, 13,000 police officers and PCSOs will be back on our streets, a visible presence in our communities again, after being cut to the bone through Tory austerity. Fly tippers and vandals have been put on notice that they will have to clean up the mess that they create. Shoplifters will no longer be let off the hook. Violence against shop workers will be a specific offence, with perpetrators facing the full force of the law. The Tories left our young people behind. With Labour's Young Futures programme, with a new network of youth hubs, our young people will have somewhere to go, a place where they will be protected from being drawn into crime, a place where they will be invested in. Conference, please vote in favour of the composite and let's fix the foundations. Thank you.
First, I have to say, I feel like I've won the lotto getting called up here to speak. So, I'm Bridie McChristianite, and I'm speaking in support of the Composite 1. Conference, our public sector workers need real change now. We need funding for our services and communities. We need decent restorative pay. We need an end to job cuts and an end to chronic stress, overwork and burnout, and an end to profiteers leeching money out of our services. We're sick and tired. We're sick and tired of hearing politicians talk about difficult choices and fiscal rules just to justify continued cuts. Yes, it's great that we won a general election. Fantastic that the Tories are out of power. But Labour must prove that it is in power to make real change. Ordinary working people did not just vote for Labour just to allow George Osborne, Jeremy Hunt or Michael Gove to continue to dictate pay and funding from beyond the political grave. Tory fiscal rules will not provide vital care for our elderly and vulnerable and keep them warm in the winter. They won't keep our libraries open, nor keep our streets clean and safe when entire cities go bankrupt. Austerity has always been a political choice. It is a choice we will never accept from a Labour government. As we meet here today, Unite and other local authority trade unions are balloting once again for strike action over their pay, which is despicable. For 14 years we have fought austerity. Labour was elected for change. It can and must do better. Now is the time to act. Thank you, Conference.
Sarah Littleton, Cities of London and Westminster, first-time delegate, first-time speaker, and sadly, a victim of gender-based violence. I distinctly remember my walks home from school, but not for the reasons that you may expect. In an ideal world, walking home from school is a fond memory. However, for many girls, this is not the case, because wearing a uniform doesn't deter catcalls. In many cases, it encourages them. I don't think you need me to tell you that we are having a crisis that sees women and girls reduced to a statistic. And this is a consequence of desensitization. This means that it has become ingrained within our culture. It's not a matter of if someone will become a victim, but when. We live in a country that is great, a Great Britain. However, something must be done. It was refreshing for me to see how much of a priority this issue took within Labour's manifesto. The commitment to rape courts and reforms to the way this issue is approached in schools is a proof of Labour's promise. And by appointing a minister dedicated to executing this ambitious crime mission is a proof of Labour's commitment. But ministers cannot act alone. This is a systemic issue, and it's also cultural. And we all need to commit to eradicating this culture. And we can. Placing this issue at a priority within education systems, working closely with victims from all backgrounds to hear their stories and experiences. This form of violence must be taken seriously. It must be approached going beyond the statistics. It must be humanized, listening to friends, mothers, and daughters, learning how we can be the change. And so, conference, I urge you to support the mission for crime, a mission that makes our streets safe for women and girls, where carrying your keys as a defence becomes a thing of the past. Thank you.
So, conference, if we're quick, we'll take one more round. We've got the accessibility assistant there, indicating. So, at the back there, the delegate in the pink, right at the back, yeah. Yeah. The delegate there with the pink paper. Yeah. Delegate there in the yellow cardigan jacket. That's 4. Yeah. Thank you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, conference. It's a pleasure to be up here speaking to you today. And I think you've heard this many times now, but this is my first time speaking and I'm a first-time delegate. Thank you. But I've come up on this stage to talk to you today about the issues we have in women's healthcare. From COVID pandemics to a cost of living crisis, all impacting what we can afford, especially sanitary products like pads and tampons. According to a 2023 ActionAid poll, 21% of women and people who menstruate in the UK struggle to afford period products, which translates to 2.8 million people. And this figure has risen dramatically by 12% from pre-pandemic levels. Basic sanitary needs aren't being met in our modern world today. Stigma around menstruating affects so many women and young girls' lives. Being told that unbearable pain is normal and to practice their mindfulness to ease the pain away when they should be told to get medical treatment for their possible health conditions such as endometriosis. Which many women today now suffer from and are only getting diagnosed now after years of being snubbed and told that they need to change their lifestyle, as the knowledge and information available on this medical condition has not been promoted for many, many years. Having done many workshops around periods and the stigma around them, I have found that in many ethnic communities, young girls are telling me how their fathers, brothers, grandfathers, cousins don't want to listen to them or even hear about periods. How awful is this conference? This type of misogyny is dangerous to all our young women who are trying to find themselves and figure out who they are and who they want to be in our society today. And they're being told that a natural process that all women go through shouldn't be talked about, that their health is less important, that their voices shouldn't be heard. Well, I think this is wrong, conference, so I urge you to vote for the Women's Health motion today. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jenna Mollendorf. I'm first-time delegate, first-time speaker from Amber Valley in Derbyshire. I'm here to speak in favour of women's health. As a woman, part of my identity is my hair. It's often how people can identify my mood. And it's often the biggest signal that my life is moving into a new chapter, as my hair will change dramatically. I have the luxury of taking that for granted, but not every woman is so fortunate. For instance, my mother, as a small child, had stunning locks of jet black hair, but at the age of 5, she developed alopecia. And during her teens, she lost all of her hair, meaning that she needed a wig. It used to be that our NHS would allow for 4 wigs a year, but now anyone needing a wig, for whatever reason, will only be allowed 2. And as with most support, the allowance for those prescriptions is a postcode lottery. My mum was recently just allowed £120 per wig, which doesn't cover the cost of most of those available, most being hundreds and even thousands of pounds. This doesn't just affect alopecia sufferers, but those who have lost their hair to cancer treatments. And everyone knows how much strength can come from feeling like yourself. This is just one small thing in women's health, but I wanted to raise it with conference because I know for those that are affected, it isn't one small thing at all. And I feel positive that for the first time in 14 years, we have a government that cares for women and all aspects of women's health. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Conference. I'm Elliot Fielding from North Warwickshire in Bedworth CLP, first-time and delegate and first-time speaker. I'm a school student, but I've been given a free pass to attend annual conference this week because being here is more important. Conference. Over the last 14 years, up and down the country, communities like mine in North Warwickshire and Bedworth have suffered from increases in crime and our streets are plagued with antisocial behaviour. The legacy of the Conservatives on crime is criminals let off and victims let down. I was proud to spend every evening after school campaigning for the change a Labour government can deliver. I'm sure, like many of you, I repeatedly heard on the doorsteps that pensioners don't feel safe going into local town centres. that people had had their cars stolen, and that neighbours had had their house burgled. The list is endless. I stand here today proud to support Labour's plan to take back our streets with more police officers, tougher sentences for offenders, but also a serious plan to tackle knife crime and violence against women and girls. Because, Conference, when you call the police, they should come, and when criminals commit crime, they should feel the full consequences of the law. That is law and order, and that is what our voters voted for. Thank you.
Nadine Granderson-Mills, BAME Labour delegate, supporting the crime mission motion. Conference, our youth are our future, but for some young people, their futures are snatched, their destiny swapped for a life of crime. Their trajectory is a tragic one, their potential, their inner fire condemned to embers and ash. Challenges face the young, broken homes, lack of training or employment, educational difficulties and exclusion, drug and alcohol abuse, low income, poor housing, living in socially deprived areas, and child criminal exploitation. Sirens surround them, boredom, peer pressure and delinquent friends, social media, thrill-seeking, truancy. Many youth war with mental health, worsened with the COVID pandemic. Their lifelines are limited as resources dwindle. For over the last decade, spending on public youth services in England have halved. The outcome? Over 100,000 stop and searches of children for the year ending March 2023. Arrests up 9%. The reoffending rate increased by 0.9%. Black children disproportionately represented in the youth justice system, and more. But Conference, it needn't be this way. The desperation, the despair, the desolation needn't continue. We must end the crisis of failing young people in our society. They need investment, opportunities, employment and training hubs. They need decent jobs and a living wage. BAME Labour welcomes our government's commitment to create a Young Futures programme to prevent youth crime and improve mental health services for young people. BAME Labour calls on our government to provide youth with help and advice with education and employment, invest in work experience, apprenticeships and training, end youth services cuts, invest in young people's mental health and in safe spaces, and to develop a network of mental health professionals, police, schools, charities and youth attending teams to work together to prevent crime. Let's build a future for our young people that give them hope and prospects to live for. Let young people reclaim their futures, transform their trajectory. Please support. Thank you.
Pananda, good afternoon, Conference. Angela Williams, delegate for Montgomery and Glyndŵr CLP. It is the first time in history that Montgomeryshire has had a Labour MP. Well done, Steve. What swing did he have? 16% no, 17% no, not even 18%, but 19%. No Tories in Wales. Back to composite one. Last year I stood here and talked to the National Care Service motion about my 96-year-old mum waiting in hospital for weeks, waiting for enough carers to be available so she could come out of hospital. This year I can tell you about my younger brother-in-law, who lives with one of the rarer dementias, frontal temporal. In January this year, he was admitted to hospital after a nasty fall at his home. He spent 12 weeks in hospital, but if we had been able to find a care home sooner, which he now required, he would have been out of hospital in 8 to 10 weeks. Hospital is not a good place for those living with dementia. Many people in hospital are waiting for care packages to be put together, having a huge knock-on effect in the NHS across all areas of the UK. It's that awful term, bed blockers. On a very positive note, Wales does already pay its care workers the real living wage. Well done, Wales. But in all areas of the country, we still have a huge shortage of domiciliary care workers, residential care workers, and let's not forget social workers. All important cogs in that wheel that make up those invaluable teams. Please work on and implement that National Care Service. And just as an idea, consider bursaries to encourage, empower and enable people to reach their potential. That was mentioned by Jonathan Reynolds, and it was also mentioned by Keir Starmer in his speech. I say this as a retired probation officer. I was a single parent, and back in 1989, because I got a bursary, I was able to go to university. Otherwise, I'd never have got there. Please support this motion. These roles should be valued. They play an important part in the pathway of a patient cared for efficiently, effectively, with dignity and care. Please, I hope not to have to speak on this again next year. Please support so they not only get respect when they walk in a room, but they also get paid at the rate they deserve throughout the country. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Conference, and thank you all the delegates who spoke for those excellent contributions. We're now going to move to the votes, and the votes will be on the motion by show of hands. So we're not voting on the composite 8 because that was withdrawn by the movers. So composite 9, the crime mission. Can I see all those in favour? And can I see all those against? That's carried. Thank you. Composite 10, making work pay for public services. Composite 1, all those in favour? All those against? That's clearly carried. And then the Women's Conference motion on women's health, all those in favour? And any against? So that's carried as well. So Conference, thank you. I just want to, before we adjourn, just thank my colleagues on the panel, Jane Thomas, who's the CLP rep on the NEC, Carol Sewell, who's the BAME rep on the NEC. We had Isabel Gutierrez earlier, who's the Musician Union rep on the NEC, and also Don Collins, who's the chair's aide. He's a staff member as well. So thank you to them as well. Conference now stands adjourned till 9:45 tomorrow morning, and tomorrow we have speeches by Wes Streeting and Bridget Phillipson.